Chapter 16 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. Hendricks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. Hendricks. Chapter 16 Confessions. Brent returned to the cabin with his brain in a whirl. "I'll make a strike before spring. I've got to. Then we'll hit for Dawson, and we'll stop at Fort Norman and be married. No, we'll go on through and be married at the Reeveses. Married! A Brent married to an Indian!" He halted in the trail and cursed himself for the thought. "She's a damn sight too good for you. You're a hell of a Brent, nothing left but the name. Gambler, notorious gambler, Reeves said, and a barkeep in Malone's dive. You're a hooch hound, and you've got to keep away from hooch to stay sober. You don't dare go back to Dawson, nor anywhere else where there's a saloon. You're broke, and worse than broke. You're right now living on Reeves's money, and you think of marrying her?" Furiously, next morning, he attacked the gravel at the bottom of the shaft. When the loose muck was thrown out, he swore at the slow progress, and futilely attacked the floor of the shaft with his pick as though to win down to bedrock through the iron-hard frost. Then he climbed out and, scooping up a pan from the dump, retired to the cabin and washed it out. "Same thing," he muttered disgustedly as he stared at the yellow grains. "Just wages. I've got to make a strike. There's Reeves to pay, and Camillo Bill, and I've got to have dust, and plenty of it, for her. Damn this hole! I'm going to hit for the lower river. We'll cover this shaft to keep the snow out and hit north. Hearn and Franklin and Richardson all report native copper on the lower river. Amygdaloid beds that crop out in sheer cliffs. Gold isn't the only metal, there's millions in copper. And the river winding in and out among the trap and basalt dikes, there's bound to be gold too." He collected the few grains of gold, threw out the gravel and water, and, picking up his rifle, stepped out the door. At the shaft he paused and called to Joe Pete that he was going hunting, and as the big Indian watched him disappear up the river, his lips stretched in a slow grin, and he tossed wood into the shaft. A mile from the cabin, Brent rounded a sharp bend and came face to face with Snowdrift. There was an awkward silence during which both strove to appear unconcerned. The girl was the first to speak, and Brent noticed that she was blushing furiously. I am hunting," she announced, swinging her rifle prominently into view. Brent laughed. "So am I hunting, for you." "But really, I am hunting caribou. There are lots of mouths to feed, and the men are not much good. They will spend hours slipping up onto a caribou and then miss him." "Come on, then, let's go," answered the man gaily. "Which way shall it be?" "I saw lots of tracks the other day on a lake to the eastward. It is 6 or 7 miles. I think we will find caribou there." Brent tried to take her hand, but she eluded him with a laugh, and struck out through the straggling timber at a pace that he soon found hard to follow. "Slow down. I'll be good," he called, when they had covered a quarter of a mile, and Snowdrift laughingly slackened her pace. "You're a wonder," he panted as he closed up the distance that separated them. "Don't you ever get tired?" "Oh, yes, very often, but not so early in the day. See, 3 caribou passed this way only a few hours ago, a bull and 2 cows." They struck into the trail, and 2 hours later Snowdrift succeeded in bringing down one of the cows with a long shot, as the three animals trotted across a frozen muskeg. "And now we must kill one for you," announced the girl, as Brent finished drawing the animal. "We needn't be in any hurry about it," he grinned. "We still have most of the one we got the other day." "Then why are you hunting?" "I told you. I found what I was hunting, back there on the river. How about lunch? I'm hungry as a wolf." The girl pointed to a sheltered spot in the lee of a spruce thicket, and while Brent scraped back the snow, she produced food from her pack. "You must have figured on getting pretty hungry," teased Brent, eyeing the generous luncheon to which he had added his own. Snowdrift blushed. "You brought more than I did," she smiled. "See, there is much more." "Oh, I'll come right out with it. I put that up for two." "And mine is for two," she admitted. "But you are mean for making me say it." During the meal the girl was unusually silent, and several times Brent surprised a look of pain in the dark eyes. And then the look would fade and the eyes would gaze pensively into the distance. Once he was sure that her lip quivered. "What's the matter, Snowdrift?" he asked abruptly. "What is troubling you? Tell me all about it. You might as well begin now, you know, because—" She hastened to interrupt him. "Nothing is the matter," she cried, with an obviously forced gaiety. "But tell me, where did you come from, before you came to the Yukon? All my life I have wanted to know more of the land that lies to the southward, the land of the white man. Father Ambrose and Sister Mercedes told me much, but it was mostly of the church. And Henri of the Whitewater told me of great stores in Edmonton where one may buy fine clothes, of other stores where one may sell hooch without fear of the police, and also where one may win money with cards. But surely there are other things. The white men and the women, they do not always go to church and buy clothes, and drink hooch and gamble with cards. And are all the women beautiful like the pictures in the books and in the magazines?" Brent laughed. "No, all the women are not beautiful. It is only once in a great while that one sees a really beautiful woman, and you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." "But I am not beautiful," cried the girl. "Not like the pictures." "The pictures are not pictures of real women. They are creations of an artist's brain. The pictures are the artist's conception of what the real women should be." Snowdrift regarded him with a puzzled frown. "Is it all make-believe in the land of the white man? The books, the novels that tell of knights in armor, and of the beautiful ladies with their clothes, and their rings of the diamonds that sparkle like ice, and other novels that tell of suffering, and of the plotting of men and women who are very bad, and of the doings of men and women who are good? Sister Mercedes said they are all lies, that they are the work of the brain of the man who wrote it down. Is it all lies and make-believe? Do the white men use their brains only to tell of the doings of people who have never lived, and to make pictures of people and things that never were? Do you, too, live in the make-believe? You have told me you love me, and just now you told me that I was the most beautiful woman you have seen. Those are the words of the books, of the novels. Always the man must tell the woman she is the most beautiful woman in the world. And it is all make-believe, and in the words is no truth." "No, no, dear, you do not understand. I don't know whether I can explain it, but it is not all make-believe, by a long shot. Life down there is as real as it is here. There are millions of people there, and for them all life is a struggle. Millions live in great cities, and other millions live in the country and raise grain with which to feed themselves, and the millions who live in the cities. And the people in the cities work in great factories, and make the clothing, and the tools, and guns, and everything that is used by themselves and by the people who live outside the cities, and they build the ships and the railroads which carry these goods to all parts of the world. But you have read of all that in the books, and the books are not all lies and make-believe, for they tell of life as it is, not as any one or a dozen characters live it, but as thousands and millions live it. The comings and goings of the characters are the composite comings and goings of 1,000 or 1,000,000 living, breathing people. And because each person is too busy, too much occupied with his own particular life, he does not know of the lives of the other millions. But he wants to know, so he reads the books and the magazines and the newspapers." The girl hung absorbed upon his words, and for an hour Brent talked, describing, explaining, detailing the little things and the great things, the commonplaces, and the wonders of the far-off land to the southward. But of all the things he described, the girl was most interested in the libraries with their thousands and thousands of books that one might read for the asking, the libraries and the clothing of the women. "All my life," she concluded, "I have wanted to go to the land of the white man, and see these things myself. But I shall never see them, and I am glad you have told me more." Brent laughed happily, and before she could elude him, his arms were about her, and he had drawn her close. "Indeed, you shall see them," he cried. "You and I shall see them together. We'll be married at Dawson, and we'll make a strike—" With a low cry the girl freed herself from his arms, and drew away to the other side of the fire. "No, no, no!" she cried, with a catch in her voice. "I can never marry you. Oh, why must we love? Why must we suffer, when the fault is not ours? They would hate me and despise me, and point at me with the finger of scorn." Brent laughed. "Hold on, girl," he cried. "Some of the best families in the world have Indian blood in their veins, and they're proud of it. I know 'em. They'll come a long way from hating you. Why, they'll pile all over themselves to meet you, and 100 years from now, our great-great-grandchildren will be bragging about you." Suddenly he grew serious. "But maybe you won't marry me, after all, when you've heard what I've got to say. Maybe you'll despise me, and it'll be all right if you do. It will be what I have earned. It isn't a pretty story, and it's going to hurt to tell it, to you. But you've got to know, so here goes. In the first place, you think I'm good. But I'm not good, by most of the 10 Commandments, and a lot of bylaws. I'm not going to do any whitewashing. I'm going to begin at the beginning and tell you the truth, so you can see how far I've dropped. In the first place, my family tree is decorated with presidents and senators and congressmen and generals and diplomats, and its branches are so crowded with colonels and majors and captains and judges and doctors that they have to prop them up to keep them from breaking. Some were rich, but honest, and some were poor, but not so honest, and a lot of them were halfway between in both wealth and honesty. But anyway, you can't turn 20 pages of United States history without running into the trail of at least one man that I can claim kin to. As for myself, I'm a college man, and a mining engineer. That means I was fitted by family and education to be a big man, and maybe get a chance to slip into history myself. I've made some, over on the Yukon, but it ain't fit to print. Hooch was at the bottom of the whole business. I couldn't handle hooch like some men can. One drink always called for another, and 2 drinks called for a dozen. I liked to get drunk, and I did get drunk every chance I got, and that was right often. I lost job after job because I wouldn't stay sober, and later some others because I couldn't stay sober. I heard of the gold on the Yukon, and I went there, and I found gold, lots of it. I was counted one of the richest men in the country. Then I started out to get rid of the gold. I couldn't spend it all, so I gambled it away. Almost from the time I made my strike, I never drew a sober breath, until I'd shoved my last marker across the table. Then I dealt faro, turned professional gambler for wages in the best place in Dawson. But the hooch had got me, and I lost out. I got another job in a saloon that wasn't so good, but it was the same story, and in a little while I was tending bar, selling hooch, in the lowest dive in town, and that means the lowest one in the world, I reckon. That last place, the Klondike Palace, with its painted women, who sell themselves nightly to men, with the scum of the earth carousing in its dance hall, and playing at its tables, was the hell-hole of the Yukon. And I was part of it. I stood behind its bar and sold hooch. I was the devil that kept the hell-fire stoked and roaring. And I kept full of hooch myself, or I couldn't have stood it. Then I lost out even there, on what you might call a technicality, and after that I was just a plain bum. Everybody despised me. Worst of all, I despised myself. I did odd jobs to get money to buy hooch, and when I had bought it I crawled into my shack and stayed there till it was gone. I was weak and flabby and dirty. My hands shook so I couldn't raise a glass of hooch to my lips until I'd had a stiff shot. I used to lap the first drink out of a saucer like a dog. I dodged the men who had once been my friends. Only Joe Pete, who had helped me over the Chilkoot, and who remembered that I was a good man on the trail, and a girl named Kitty, would even turn their heads to glance at the miserable drunkard that slunk along the street with his bottle concealed in his ragged pocket. There is one more I thought was my friend. His name is Camillo Bill, and he is square as a die, and he did me a good turn when he cleaned me out, by holding my claims for only what he had coming, when he could have taken them all. But he came to see me one day toward the last. He came to tell me that the claims had petered out. I wanted him to grub-stake me for a prospecting trip, and he refused. That turned me worse than all the rest, for I thought he was my friend. He cursed me and refused to grub-stake me. Then I met a real friend, one I had never seen before, and he furnished the gold for my trip to the copper mine, and here I am." Snowdrift had listened with breathless attention, and when Brent concluded she was silent for a long time. "This girl named Kitty?" she asked at length. "Who is she, and why was she your friend? Did you love this woman? Is she beautiful?" "No," answered Brent, gravely. "I did not love her. She was not the kind of a woman a man would love. She was beautiful after a fashion. She might have been very beautiful had her life fallen in a different groove. She was an adventuress, big-hearted, keen of brain, but an adventuress. Hers was a life distorted and twisted far from its original intent. For it was plain to all that she had been cast in a finer mold, and even the roughest and most brutal of the men treated her with a certain respect that was not accorded to the others. She never spoke of her past. She accepted the present philosophically, never by word or look admitting that she had chosen the wrong road. Her ethics were the ethics of the muck and ruck of the women of the dance halls. She differed only in that she had imagination, and a certain pride that prevented her from holding herself cheaply. Where others were careless and slovenly, she was well groomed. And while they caroused and shamelessly debauched themselves, she held aloof from the rabble. You asked why she was my friend. I suppose it was because she was quick to see that I, too, was different from the riffraff of the dives. Not that I was one whit better than they, for I was not. It was no credit to me that I was inherently different. It was, I reckon, a certain innate pride that kept me out of the filth of the mire, as it kept her out. To me the painted slovens were physically loathsome, so I shunned them. She was keener of brain than I, or maybe it was because she had a perspective. But while I was still at the height of my success with the claims and with the cards, she foresaw the end, and she warned me. But I disregarded the warning, and later, when I was rushing straight to the final crash, she warned me again and again, and she despised me for the fool I was. When, at the very bottom, I was taken suddenly sick, it was Kitty who nursed me through. And then, when I was on my feet again, she left me to myself. I have not seen her since. "And if you make a strike again," asked the girl in a low voice, "will you go back to Dawson, to the cards and the hooch?" "I will go back to Dawson," he answered, "and pay my debts. I will not go back to the cards. I am through with gambling for good and all, for I have promised. And when a Brent gives his word, he would die rather than break it." "But the hooch?" persisted Snowdrift. "Are you done with the hooch, too?" Brent was conscious that the eyes of the girl were fixed upon his in a gaze of curious intentness, as though their deliberate calm suppressed some mighty emotion. He groped for words. "I don't—that is, how can I tell? I drink no hooch now, but there is none to drink. I hate it, for I know that what it did to me once, it will do to me again. I hate it, and I love it," exclaimed the man. "Tell me, is hate stronger than love?" The girl was silent for a moment, and by the clenching of her fists, Brent knew that a struggle was raging within her. She ignored his question, and when she spoke her voice was low, and the words fell with a peculiar dullness of tone. "I, too, have a thing to tell. It is a horrible thing, and when you have heard you will not want to marry me." The girl paused, and Brent felt suddenly sick and weak. There was a dull ache in his breast that was an actual physical pain, and when the cold breeze fanned his forehead, it struck with a deadly chill. With a mighty effort he recovered, leaned swiftly toward her, and was vaguely conscious that she winced at the grip of his fingers upon her arm. "Tell me!" he cried hoarsely. For a single instant his eyes blazed into hers, and then, as though anticipating her words, his fingers relaxed their hold, and he settled back with a half-articulate moan, "Oh, God!" "What you have told me," she continued in the same dull tone, "is nothing. It is past and gone. It is dead, and its evil died with it. You are a white man. The white man's thoughts are your thoughts, and his standards are your standards. You work the harm, then unjustly you sit in judgment. And the harm does not die with the deed. The shame of it is a thing of the present, and of the future, and it is borne always by the innocent. The thing I must tell you is this. I am a half-breed. But my father was not the husband of Wananebish, who is my mother." Brent interrupted her with a quick, glad cry. "Is that all?" The blood surged hot through his veins. The ache in his breast became a wild singing. And suddenly he realized the grip and the depth of the thing that is called love, with its power to tear and to rend the very foundations of his being. He felt an insane desire to leap and to shout, and the next instant the girl was in his arms and he was crushing her against his breast as he covered her face with hot kisses. And when, a few moments later, he released her, he laughed aloud, a laugh that was clear and boyish, and altogether good to hear, while the girl gazed half fearfully, half wonderingly into his eyes. I do not understand," she faltered. "I have known this only for a short time. Henri of the Whitewater told me of it, and of the shame of it, and then Sister Mercedes. And it is true, because years ago when I was very small, Wananebish told it to Father Ambrose." "Damn Henri of the Whitewater! And damn Sister Mercedes and Father Ambrose!" cried Brent, his eyes narrowing. "What did they tell you for? What difference does it make?" "Henri of the Whitewater told me because he was angry. I would not marry him. I was going to a great convent school, and he said that in the land of the white man I would be an object of scorn, that people would shun me, and point me out with the finger of shame. I did not believe him, so I went to Sister Mercedes, and she told me also. And so I would not go to the school, and that night I came away from the mission, came back to the Indians." She paused, and as she raised her eyes to his, Brent saw that in their depths a wondrous newborn hope struggled against fear. Her lips moved. "You do not scorn me? You love me, knowing that?" Again she was in his arms, and his lips were upon hers. "Yes, I love you, love you, love you! You are mine, darling, mine for all time." She did not resist his arms, and he felt her yielding body press close against his own, as her shoulders heaved in short, quick sobs. Softly, almost timidly, her arms stole about his neck, and her tear-jeweled eyes raised to his. "And you would marry me, not knowing who I am?" "Yes, darling," reassured Brent, "neither knowing nor caring who you are. It is enough that you are the dearest, and most beautiful, and the most lovable woman in the whole world of women. Why, girl, the wonder is not that I love you, but that you could love me, after what I told you." "It is the answer to your question," she smiled. "It means that love is the strongest thing in all the world, stronger than hate, stronger than race, or laws, or codes of ethics. Love is supreme." "And that means, then, that my love for hooch will conquer my hate for it?" "No!" breathed the girl, and Brent could feel her arms tighten about his neck. "For your love for hooch has not only to overcome your hate for it, but it must also overcome your love for me, and my love for you. I am not afraid to fight it out with hooch for your love. If I cannot make myself more to you than hooch ever can, I would not be worthy of your love." "My darling," whispered Brent, his lips close to her ear, "you have won already. I will promise—" He was interrupted by her fingers upon his lips, shutting off the words. "No, dear." She hesitated a second at the unfamiliar word. "You must not promise, yet. It is easy to promise, out here in the barrens, where you have told me in your arms, and the hooch is far away. I ask no odds of hooch. Wait till you have stood the test. I am not afraid. I have not much learning, but some things I know. I know that, holding a promise in as high regard as you hold one, if anything should happen, if you should drink hooch just once, the promise would be broken, and never again would a promise be just the same. We have a war with hooch, you and we are going to win. But in the histories I have read of few wars where every battle was won by the same army. Some of the battles we must expect to lose, but the war we will win." "Not much learning," smiled Brent, looking into the depths of the dark eyes. "But the concentrated wisdom of the ages, the wisdom that is the heritage of woman, and which not one woman in 1,000 learns to apply." For a long time the two sat beside their little fire, and in the gloom of the early darkness they made their way toward the river. End of chapter 16. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 17 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 17. In the Cabin of the Belva Lou. For 2 weeks Brent and Snowdrift were together each day from dawn until dark. Leaving Joe Pete to work the claim on the copper mine, they burned into the gravel on a creek that gave promise, and while their fire slowly thawed out the muck, they hunted. When at a depth of 4 feet they had not struck a color, Brent gave it up. "No use," he said one day as he tossed the worthless pebbles from his pan. "If there was anything here, we'd have found at least a trace. I'm going to hit down the river and have a look at the Copper Mountains." "Take me with you," cried the girl eagerly. "How long will you be gone?" "I wish I could," smiled Brent, "but Joe Pete and I will be gone 2 weeks, a month, maybe longer. It depends on what we find. If we were only married, what a great trip it would be. But never mind, sweetheart, we've got a good many trips coming, years and years of them." "But that isn't now," objected the girl. "What will I do all the while you are gone? Each morning I hurry here as fast as I can, and each evening I am sorry when the darkness comes and I must leave you." The man drew her close. "Yes, darling," he whispered, "I understand. The hours I spend away from you are long hours, and I count them one by one. I do not want to go away from you, but it is for you that I must make a strike." "I would rather have you with me than have all the strikes in the world." "I know, but we don't want to spend all our days in this God-forgotten wilderness, fighting famine and the strong cold. We want to go far away from all this, where there is music, and books, and life. You've got it coming, little girl, but first we must make a strike." "And we will not be married until you make your strike?" The dark eyes looked wistfully into his, and Brent smiled. "Strike or no strike, we will be married in the spring," he cried. "And if the strike has not been made, we'll make it together." "Will we be married at the mission?" "No, at Dawson." "Dawson?" cried the girl. "And I shall really see Dawson? But isn't it very far?" Brent laughed. "Yes, you will really see Dawson, and you won't see much when you see it, in comparison with what you will see when we quit the North and go back to the States. In the spring you and Wananebish and Joe Pete and I will take a month's vacation, and when we come back, darling, we will have each other always." "But if you do not make a strike?" questioned the girl. "What then? Would you be happy here in the North with me?" "Sweetheart," answered Brent, "if I knew to a certainty that I should never make a strike, that I should always live in these barrens, I would marry you anyway, and call the barrens blessed. But I will make a strike. It is for you, and I cannot fail. Oh, if I hadn't been such a fool!" The girl smiled into his eyes. "If you hadn't been such a fool, you would never have come to the barrens. And I would always have been just an Indian, hating the white man, hating the world, living my life here and there, upon the lakes and the rivers, in cabins and teepees, with just enough education to long for the better things, and with my heart bursting with pain and bitterness in the realization that those things were not for me." "It is strange how everything works out for the best," mused Brent. "The whys and the wherefores of life are beyond my philosophy. Sordid and twisted and wrong as they were, my Dawson days, and the days of the years that preceded them, were all but the workings of destiny, to bring you and me together up here on the rim of the Arctic. It was a great scheme, little girl," he smiled, suddenly breaking into a lighter mood, "and the beauty of it is, it worked. But what I was getting at is this. It don't seem reasonable that after going to all that trouble to bring us together, and taking such liberties with my reputation, Old Man Destiny is going to make us fill out the rest of the time punching holes in gravel, and snaring rabbits, and hunting caribou." That evening they said good-bye upon the edge of the clearing that surrounded the Indian encampment, and as Brent turned to go, he drew a heavy bag from his pocket and handed it to the girl. "Keep this till I come back," he said. "It's gold." "Oh, it is heavy!" cried the girl in surprise. Brent smiled. "Weighs up pretty big now, but when we make our strike it won't be a shoestring. But come, one more good-bye and I must be going. I've got to pack my outfit for an early start." One day a week later, Brent stood with Joe Pete on the northernmost ridge of the Copper Mountains and gazed toward the coast of the Arctic Ocean. Almost at their feet, buried beneath snow and ice, were the bloody falls of the Coppermine, and to the northward only snow. Brent was surprised, for he knew that the ridge upon which he was standing could not be more than 10 or 12 miles from the coast, but he also knew that he could see for 20 miles or more, and that the only thing that met the eyes was a gently undulating plain of snow, unbroken by even so much as a twig or a bush, or a hillock worthy the name. Never, he thought, as his glance swept the barren, treeless waste, had eyes of mortal man beheld its equal for absolute bleak desolation. A cry from Joe Pete caused him to concentrate his gaze upon a spot toward which the Indian pointed, where, dimly discernible, a dark object appeared against the unbroken surface of the snow. The steel-blue haze, the cold fog of the north, obfuscated its outlines, as it destroyed perspective, so that the object may have been 5 miles away, or 20. It may have been the size of a dog, or the size of a skyscraper. In vain the two strained their eyes in an endeavor to make it out. In the first gloom of the early darkness it disappeared altogether, and the two made their way to the frozen surface of the river where, in the shelter of a perpendicular wall of rock, they made their camp and kindled a tiny fire of twigs they had collected the day before from the last timber on the Coppermine, at a creek that runs in from the eastward. For 2 days, holding to the surface of the river, the two had threaded the transverse ridges that form the Copper Mountains. It was Brent's idea to mush straight to the northernmost ridge and work back slowly, stopping wherever practicable to prospect among the outcropping ledges. He had planned also to burn into the gravel at intervals, but he had not foreseen the fact that the mountains lay north of the timber line, so the burning had to be abandoned. At daylight they again climbed the ridge. The cold fog had disappeared, and as Joe Pete, who was in the lead, reached the summit, he gave voice to a loud cry of surprise. For in place of the indiscernible object of the day before, apparently only 10 or 12 miles distant, and right in the center of the vast plain of snow, was a ship, each mast and spar standing out clean-cut as a cameo against its dazzling background. Brent even fancied he could see men walking about her deck, and other men walking to and fro among a group of snow mounds that clustered close about the hulk. "A whaler!" he exclaimed. "One of those that Johnny Claw said wintered up here." For a long time Brent watched the ship, and covertly Joe Pete watched Brent. At length the white man spoke. "Reckon we'll just mush over there and call on 'em. Neighbors aren't so damned common up here that we can afford to pass them by when we're in sight of 'em." "Dat better, maybe so. An' don't go where we ain't got no business. Maybe so dat goddamn Johnny Claw, she give you some more hooch, eh? Dat Breed gal, she damn fine woman, she ain't like dat." Brent laughed, a trifle nervously. "I don't reckon there's any danger of that," he answered shortly. "Come on, we'll harness the dogs and pull out there. I'd like to see what kind of an outfit they've got, and as long as we're this near, it would be too bad not to go to the very top of the continent." Joe Pete shrugged and followed Brent down to the river, where they broke camp, harnessed the dogs, and struck out over the plain. The wind-packed snow afforded good footing, and the outfit pushed rapidly northward. Brent was surprised at the absence of a pressure ridge at the shoreline, but so flat was the snow-buried beach that it was with difficulty that he determined where the land left off and the sea ice began. The whaler he judged to be frozen in at a distance of 3 or 4 miles from shore. The figures of men could be plainly seen now, and soon it became evident that their own presence had been noted, for 3 or 4 figures were seen to range themselves along the rail, evidently studying them through a glass. While still a mile or two distant, the figures at the rail disappeared below deck, but others moved about among the snow mounds in the shelter of the vessel's hull. Upon arriving at the mounds, which proved to be snow igloos such as are used by the Eskimos, Brent halted the dogs, and advanced to where 2 men, apparently oblivious to his presence, were cutting up blubber. "Hello," he greeted. "Where's the captain?" One of the men did not even look up. The other, presenting a villainous, hairy face, nodded surlily toward an ice-coated ladder. "Wait here," said Brent, turning to Joe Pete, "till I find out whether this whole crew is as cordial to strangers as these 2 specimens." At the words, the man who had directed Brent to the ladder raised his head and opened his lips as if to speak, but evidently thinking better of it, he uttered a sneering laugh and went on with his cutting of blubber. Brent climbed the ladder and made his way across the snow-buried deck, guided by a well-packed path that led to a door upon which he knocked loudly. While waiting for a response, he noticed the name Belva Lou painted upon the stern of a small boat that lay bottom-side up upon the deck. Knocking again, he called loudly, and receiving no reply, opened the door and found himself upon a steep flight of stairs. Stepping from the dazzling whiteness of the outside, the interior of the whaler was black as a pocket, and he paused upon the stairs to accustom his eyes to the change. As the foul air from below filled his lungs, it seemed to Brent that he could not go on. The stench nauseated him. The vile atmosphere reeked of rancid blubber, drying furs, and the fumes of dead cookery. A tiny lamp that flared in a wall pocket at the foot of the stairs gave forth a stink of its own. Gradually, as his eyes accorded to the gloom, Brent took cognizance of the dim interior. The steep, short flight of steps terminated in a narrow passage that led toward the stern, whence came the muffled sound of voices. Descending, he glanced along the passage toward a point where, a few feet distant, another lamp flared dimly. Just beyond this lamp was a door, and from beyond the door came the sound of voices. He groped his way to the door and knocked. There was a sudden hush, a few gruffly mumbled words, and then a deep voice snarled, "Who's there?" "Just a visitor," announced Brent, stifling a desire to turn and rush from that fetid hole out into the clean air, but it was too late. The voice beyond the door commanded thickly, "Come in, and we'll look you over." For just an instant Brent hesitated, then his hand fumbled for the knob, turned it, and the narrow door swung inward. He stepped into the box-like apartment, and for a moment stood speechless as his eyes strove to take in the details of the horrid scene. The stinking air of the dank passage was purest ozone in comparison with the poisonous fog of the overheated, unventilated room. He felt suddenly sick and dizzy as he sucked the evil effluvia into his lungs, the thick, heavy smoke of cheap tobacco, the stench of unbathed humans, the overpowering reek of spilled liquor, the spent breath from rum-soaked bodies, the gaseous fumes of a soft coal stove, and the odor from an oil lamp that had smoked one side of its chimney black. "Shut the door. Coal costs money. What the hell you trying to do? Heat the whole Arctic? Who be you, anyhow? And what do you want?" Mechanically, Brent closed the door behind him, as he gazed into the leering eyes of the speaker, who sat, with two other men, and a partially clad Eskimo woman, at a table upon which were set out a bottle and several glasses. Before Brent could reply, the man across the table from the speaker leaped to his feet and thrust out his hand. Through the gray haze of smoke, Brent recognized Johnny Claw. "Well, if it ain't my old friend Ace in the Hole!" cried the hooch runner. "'S all right, Cap. Best sport on the Yukon." Ignoring the fact that Brent had refused the proffered hand, Claw leered into his face. "Ace in the Hole, let me make you 'quainted with Cap Jenkins, captain of the Belva Lou. Damn good sport, too. And Asa Scroggs, mate. Both damn good sports. Belva Lou fetches out more oil and bone 'n any of 'em. And Cap'n ain't afraid to spend his money. Glad you come along. Welcome to stay long as you like, ain't he, Cap?" The captain lowered a glass from his lips, and cleansed his overhanging mustache upon the back of a hairy hand. "Sure," he growled, surlily. "Didn't know he was a friend of yourn. Sit down." The room contained only 4 chairs, and as he spoke the man, with a sweep of his hand, struck the klooch from her chair and kicked it toward Brent, who sank into it heavily, and stared dully at the klooch, who crawled to a corner and returned the stare with a drunken, loose-lipped grin upon her fat face. Brent shifted his glance, and upon a bunk beyond the table he saw another klooch, lying in a drunken stupor. Her only garment, a grimy wrapper of faded calico, was crumpled about her, exposing one brown leg to the hip. Schooled as he had been to sights of debauchery by his service with Carter Malone, Brent was appalled, sickened by the Scottish degeneracy of his surroundings. With unsteady hand, the mate slopped some liquor into a glass and shoved it toward him. "Swaller that," he advised, with a grin. "You're gettin' white around the gills. Comin' right in out of the air, it might seem a little close in here, at first." The fumes arising from the freshly spilled liquor smelled clean, the only hint of cleanliness in the whole poisoned atmosphere of the cabin. He breathed them deeply into his lungs, and for an instant the dizziness and sickness at his stomach seemed less acute. Maybe one drink, one little sip, would revive him, counteract the poison of the noisome air, and stimulate him against the dull apathy that was creeping upon him. Slowly his hand stole toward the glass, his fingers closed about it, and he raised it to his lips. Another deep inhalation of its fragrance, and he drained it at a gulp. "Didn't know we had no neighbors," ventured the captain, filling his own glass. "What you doing up here?" "Prospecting," answered Brent. "The Copper Mountains. I saw your vessel from the ridge, and thought I would come over and see what a whaler looks like." The strong liquor was taking hold. A warm glow gripped his belly and diffused itself slowly through his veins. The nausea left him, and the olid atmosphere seemed suddenly purged of its reek. "Well," grinned the captain, "the Belva Lou ain't what you'd call no floatin' palace, but she's ahead of most whalers. An' after Johnny gets through hornin' round 'mongst the husky villages, and fixes up with a wife apiece, we manage to winter through right comfortable. Me and Asa stays on board, and the rest of the crew builds 'em igloos. But here's me runnin' off at the head, and you might spill it all to the mounted." "Not him," laughed Claw. "Him and I ain't always pulled, what you might say, together, but he's square. Kill you in a minute, if he took a notion, but he'd go to hell before he'd snitch. Have another drink, Ace in the Hole. 'Twon't hurt you none. Only rum, and water weak." Before he knew it, the glass was in his hand, and again Brent drank. After that he took them as they came. The bottle was emptied and tossed into the corner where the drunken klooch recovered it, and holding it to her lips, greedily sucked the few drops that remained in the bottom. Another bottle was produced, and Brent, his brain fired by the raw liquor, measured glasses drink for drink, never noticing that the same liquor served, in the glasses of the other three, for round after round of libations. "Where's your camp?" asked Claw, as he refilled the glasses. "Bloody Falls," answered Brent, waxing loquacious. "Bloody Falls of the Coppermine, where old Samuel Hearne's Indians butchered the Eskimos." "Butchered the Eskimos!" exclaimed Claw. "What do you mean, butchered? I ain't heard 'bout no huskies bein' killed, an' who in hell's Sam Hearne? I've been round here off an' on for a long while, an' I ain't never run across no Sam Hearne. What be you handin' us? You orter start a newspaper." Brent laughed uproariously. "No, Claw, I reckon you never ran across him. This happened over 100 years ago. 1771, July 13th, to be exact." Asa Scroggs grinned knowingly. "Man can lap up a hell of a lot of ideas out of a bottle of hooch," he opined. "Mostly it runs to philosophy, er fightin', er poetry, er singin', er religion, er woman, er sad memories. But this here stale news idea is a new one. But go on, Ace in the Hole. Did the Mounted get Sam for his murdersome massacres?" "That was 100 years before the Mounted was thought of," answered Brent, eyeing Scroggs truculently as his inflamed brain sought hidden insult in the words. "I always knowed I was born too late," laughed Claw, who, noting the signs of approaching trouble, sought peace. "This here'd be a hell of a fine country if it weren't for the Mounted. But say, Ace in the Hole, you doing any good? Struck any color?" Brent forgot Scroggs and turned to Claw. "No, not to speak of. Just about made wages." "Well," continued the hooch runner, "you had a pretty fair sack of dust when you come in. What do you say we start a little game of stud, just the four of us?" "Nothing doing," answered Brent shortly. "I'm off of stud." "Off of stud?" exclaimed the other. "How in hell do you ever expect to get even? Stud owes you more dust than you can pile on a sled." Brent drank a glass of rum. "The game can keep what it owes me. And besides, I left my dust in camp, except a couple of ounces or so." "Your finger bet goes with me," assured Claw. "Everybody's wouldn't, by a damn sight, but yourn does. What do you say?" "My word is good in a game, is it?" asked Brent. "Good as the dust, in one or out of one," promptly assured Claw. "Well, then, listen to this. I gave my word in the presence of the man who staked me for this trip that I would never gamble again, so I reckon you know how much stud I'll play from now on." "God a'mighty!" breathed Claw incredulously. "And the game owing you millions? Well, have a drink on it, anyway." Claw refilled Brent's glass and thrust it into his hand, with a wink at the captain, for he had been quick to note that the liquor and the hot fetid air of the room was making Brent drowsy. His eyes had become dull and heavy-lidded, and his chin rested heavily upon the throat of his parka. "Ain't happened to run into a little bunch of Injuns up the river, have you?" asked the man, as Brent gagged at the liquor. "No," answered Brent, drowsily. "No Injuns in Copper Mountains. Nothing in the mountains, nothing but snow." Gradually his eyes closed, and his head rolled heavily to one side. The drunken Klooch rose to her knees, and with a maudlin giggle seized Brent's half-empty glass and drained it. With a curse the captain kicked her into her corner, and turned to Claw with a suggestive motion. "Slit his gullet, and we'll slip him down a seal hole with some scrap iron on his legs. He's probably lying about leaving the dust in camp." Claw shook his head. "Not him," he opined. "Search him first." The captain and the mate subjected the unconscious man to a thorough search, at the conclusion of which Scroggs tossed a small lean gold sack upon the table. "Prob'ly all he's got left, anyhow," he growled in disgust. "Let's just weight him and slip him through the ice the way he is. 'Tain't so messy." "Not by a damn sight," objected Claw. "It's just like I told you when we was watchin' him through the glass. He's got anyways close to 100 ounces. I seen it, when he paid me for the hooch, like I was tellin' you." "Well, we can backtrack him to his camp, and if we can't find it, we can put the hot irons to the Injun's feet till he squeals." "The Injun don't know where it's at," argued Claw contemptuously. "He's too damn smart to trust a Siwash, and you bet he's got it cached where we couldn't find it. He wouldn't leave it around where the first bunch of huskies that come along could lift it, would he?" "Well," growled the captain, "You're so damn smart, what's your big idea?" "We got to let him go. Put back his little 2 ounces so he won't suspicion nothin'. Then, when he wakes up, I'll slip him a bottle of hooch for a present, and he'll hit for camp and start in on it. It won't last long, and then you and me and Scroggs will happen along with more hooch to sell him. When he digs up the dust to pay for it, I'll tend to him. You two get the Injun, but he's mine. I've got a long score to settle with him, and I know if I'd waited long enough my time would come." End of chapter 17. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 18 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 18. Lost. Brent was conscious of a drone of voices. They came from a great distance, from so great a distance that he could not distinguish the words. He half realized that somewhere men were talking. Befuddled, groping, his brain was struggling against the stupor that had held him unconscious for an hour. 2 months before, half the amount of liquor he had taken into his system would have drugged him into a whole night's unconsciousness, but the life in the open and the hard work in the gravel and on the trail had so strengthened him physically that the rum, even in the poisonous air of the cabin, could not deaden him for long. Gradually, out of the drone of voices, a word was sensed by his groping brain. Then a group of words. Where was he? Who were these men? And why did they persist in talking when he wanted to sleep? His head ached, and he was conscious of a dull pain in his cramped neck. He was about to shift into an easier position when suddenly he realized where he was. He was drunk, in the filthy cabin of the Belva Lou, and the voices were the voices of Claw and the mate and the captain, who were still at their liquor. A wave of sickening remorse swept him. He, Carter Brent, couldn't keep away from the hooch. Even in the vile cabin of the Belva Lou he had fallen for it. It was no use. He would kill himself, would blow his worthless brains out and be done with it rather than face— A sudden ravaged rage obsessed him. Kill himself, he would, but first he would rid the North of these vultures. He was upon the point of leaping to his feet, and with his fists, his chair, anything that came to hand, annihilating the brutish occupants of the cabin, when the gruff voice of the captain cut in upon Claw's droning monotone. "And when we git him and his Injun planted, me and Asa'll take his dogs and hit back here, and you can strike east along the coast till you pick up another woman. It's a damn outrage, that's what it is. Chargin' me $50 apiece for greasy old pelters like them that ain't worth the grub they eat. What I want is a young one, good-lookin' and young." "You had your pick out of the 8, growled Claw. "And a hell of a pick it was. Why, I've went out and rustled 'em myself, and for a sack of flour, and half a dozen fish hooks, and maybe a file or two, I've got the pick of a hull village." Brent's brain cleared gradually as he listened to the villainous dialogue. Vaguely he sensed that it was himself and Joe Pete that the captain spoke of planting. So they intended to murder him, did they? And when that detail had been attended to, they would go on with their traffic in winter wives. But they did not intend to kill him here on board the vessel. The captain had spoken of coming back, after the deed was done. Where would they take him? Brent suddenly found himself possessed by curiosity. He decided to wait and see. And when the time came, he would give as good an account of himself as he could, and then what difference did it make? They were not fit to live. He would kill them if he could, or maybe they would kill him. But he was not fit to live either. He had sat at table with them, had fraternized with them, drank liquor in the stinking cabin with the scum of the earth. He was no better than they. He was one of them. The bottle scraped along the table, and he could hear the audible gulping of liquor, the tap of the returned glasses, and the harsh rasping of throats as they were cleared of the fiery bite. Then the voice of Claw. "You ain't had no pick of a village since the Mounted begun patrolin' the coast." "Damn the Mounted." "Yeah, that's what I say. But damnin' 'em don't get rid of 'em. Facts is, they're here, and every year it's harder and harder for a man to make a livin'. But listen, Cap, I've got one bet up my sleeve. But it'll cost you more'n any $50, or $100 either. She ain't no husky, she's an Indian breed, and damn near white. Her name's Snowdrift, and she's the purtiest thing in the North. I've had my eyes on her for a couple of years. She was in the mission over on the MacKenzie. But she ain't there no more. She's way up in the copper mine, with a band of about 20 dog ribs." Claw paused to pour a glass of liquor, and Brent felt the blood pounding his eardrums in great surging throbs. He felt the sweat break out on his forehead and the palms of his hands, and it was only by a superhuman effort that he continued to feign sleep. Surely they would notice the flush on his face, the sweat glistening on his forehead, and the dryness of his lips. But no, Claw was speaking again. "I tried to buy her once, last year it was, off'n her mother. Offered her $1,000, cash money, and 'fore I knowed what happened, the damned old squaw had me about half killed. She's a hell cat. She done it bare-handed, clawed my eyes, and clawed out a full handful of whiskers. You can see that patch on my throat where they never growed back. It was over near Good Hope, and I didn't dast make no holler, nor kill her neither, on account of the Mounted, but I'll get her yet, and when I do, I'll learn her to pull folks' whiskers out of the ruts when they're trying to do the right thing by her." "You won't get no $1,000 from me," exploded the captain. "They ain't no woman, white, red, brown, yaller, or black, that's worth no $1,000 of my money." "Oh, ain't they?" sneered Claw. "Well, you don't get her then. Fact is, I never figured on sellin' her to you, nohow. I can take her over to Dawson and make $10,000 off'n her in 6 months' time. They got the dust over there, and they ain't afraid to spend it, and they know a good-lookin' woman when they see one. I'm a-tellin' you, they ain't no woman ever hit the Yukon that can anyways touch her for looks, and I've saw 'em all. The only reason I'm offering her to you is because I can run her up here a damn sight easier than I can take her clean over to Dawson, and with a damn sight less risk, too." "How old is she?" growled the captain. "Ain't a day over 20. She's dirt cheap at $1,000. You could have her all winter, and next summer you could slip into one of them coast towns, Juneau or Skagway, or even the ones farther north, and make 5 or 10 times what you paid for her." "But suppose she's got spunky, and I'd kill her, or knock out her teeth, or an eye. Then where'd my profits be? Women's hell to handle if they take a notion." "That's your lookout. It's your money that's invested, and if you ain't got sense enough to look after it, it's your funeral, not mine." "How you going to get her here? How you going to get her away from the Injuns? And how you going to know where she's at?" It's like this. Last summer she leaves the mission, and her and the old squaw talks the Dog Ribs into hittin' over onto the copper mine to prospect. They gets over there and builds 'em a camp, and starts in trappin' and prospectin'. But a couple of the bucks has got a thirst for hooch, and they can't get none, so they pulls out and hits back for the MacKenzie. I run onto one of 'em, and he gives me the dope. He's the one that's here with me, and he's going to guide me down to the village when I get ready to go. That's why I asked Ace in the Hole if he saw him. I didn't want him buttin' in on the deal. The old squaw's bad enough, but God, I seen him kill 3 men in about a second in a saloon in Dawson over a stud game, bare-handed. They ain't no woman ever got her hooks into him, not even the Queen of the Yukon, and she done her damnedest, really loved him, and all that sort of bunk. I know all about women, and she'd have run straight as hell if he'd have married her. Some says she's run straight ever since she got caked in on him, even after she seen it wasn't no use. He kind of sticks up for 'em all. Anyways, he knocked hell out of me one night when I was lacin' it to a gal I'd brung into the country with a dog whip. He won't stand for no rough stuff when they's women mixed up in it, and I'd rather be in hell with my legs cut off than have him find out what we was up to. I don't want none of his meat, me." "Better go easy with your jaw, then," advised the captain. "Maybe he ain't so damn dead to the world as he's lettin' on." Claw laughed. "I've got him gauged. I've studied him, 'cause I aim to get him sometime. He's a hooch hound, right. Half what he's drunk today will put him dead for hours. You could pull all his teeth and he'd never feel it. No, we ain't got to bother about him. He'll be out of the way before I hit for the Injun camp, anyhow. We'll wake him up after while, and I'll give him a bottle of hooch, like I said, so he'll stay soused and not move his camp. Then we'll hit over there with more hooch, and when he uncovers his dust we'll get him and the Injun both. Your share of his dust will be half enough to pay for the breed. But before we start out you fork over half the price, balance payable on delivery, and me and the Injun hit up on the river and fetch back the girl. It'll cost you a keg of rum besides the 1,000, 'cause the only way to get her away from them Siwashes be to get 'em all tanked up. They'll be right for it, bein' off the hooch as long as they have. But at that, I better take along a man or two of the crew to help me handle 'em." "We won't bother none of the crew," rasped the captain, harshly. "I'll just go along myself. With $500 of my dust in your jeans for a starter, after you'd got her, you might go to thinkin' of them 10,000 you could make off her in Dawson. Not that I wouldn't trust you, you understand, but just to save myself some worry while you was gone. Then, if she's as good lookin' as you say, I'd rather be along myself than let you and some of the crew have her till you get here." Brent's first sensation when he heard the name of Snowdrift upon Claw's lips had been one of blind, unreasoning fury, but his brain cleared rapidly as the man proceeded, and as he listened to the unspeakable horror of the conversation, the blind fury gave place to a cold, deadly rage. He realized that if he were to save the woman he loved from a fate more horrible than he had ever conceived of, he must exert the utmost care to make no false move. His heart chilled at the thought of what would have happened to her had he yielded to the first blind impulse to launch himself at the throats of the men there in the little cabin where all the odds were against him. A pistol shot, a blow from behind, and Snowdrift would have been left absolutely in the power of these fiends. Cold sober now, his one thought was to get out of the cabin, yet he dared not move. Should he show signs of returning consciousness, He knew that suspicion would immediately fasten upon him, and that his life would not be worth a penny. He must wait until they roused him, and even then he must not be easily roused. Claw had assured the captain that half the amount of liquor would deaden him for hours, therefore he must play his part. But could he? Was it humanly possible to endure the physical torture of his cramped position? Every muscle of his body ached horribly. His head ached. He was consumed with torturing thirst, and his mouth was coated with a bitter slime. Added to this was the brain torture of suspense, when his every instinct called for action. Suppose they should change their minds? He dared not risk opening his eyes to the merest slit, because he knew that Claw or the captain might be holding a knife to his ribs, or a pistol at his head. Any moment might be his last, and then Snowdrift. He dared not even shudder at the thought. There was another danger. Suppose he should overplay his part, when they undertook to awaken him, or should underplay it. He knew to a certainty that one false move would mean death without a chance to defend himself, unarmed as he was and with the odds of 3 to 1 against him. An interminable period, during which the men talked and wrangled among themselves, was interrupted by a loud knock upon the door. "Who's there?" roared the captain. "And what do you want?" "That me, Joe Pete," came a familiar voice from beyond the door. "And I'm t'ink the time we goin' back. She start to snow, and I ain't like we got lost. Too much no trail." "Might as well get 'em started now as any time," whispered Claw. "We don't want 'em to get lost neither. What we want is for 'em to get to their camp, and then the snow and the hooch'll hold 'em till we get there." "Next thing is to get him woke up," answered the captain. Aloud he called to Joe Pete. "All right, come on in and give us a hand. Your partner's stewed to the guards, and it ain't going to be no cinch to wake him up." The door opened, and Brent's heart gave a leap as he felt the hand of the big Indian upon his shoulder. If anything should go wrong now, at least the odds against him were greatly reduced in so far as the occupants of the cabin were concerned. But there would still be the crew. They could shoot from the cover of the igloos. The hand was shaking him roughly, and it was with a feeling of vast relief that Brent allowed his head to roll about upon the stiffened muscles of his neck. A glass was pressed to his lips, and there was nothing feigned in the coughing with which he sought to remove the strangling liquor from his throat. His eyes opened, and the next instant a dipper of cold water was dashed into his face. The shaking continued, and he babbled feeble protest. "Let me 'lone. Go 'way, let me sleep." The shaking was redoubled, and Brent blinked stupidly, and feigned maudlin anger as the Indian slapped him with the flat of his hand, first on one cheek and then on the other. "Who you slappin'?" he muttered thickly as he staggered to his feet, as he stood swaying and holding to the table for support. "Come on and fight," he challenged, acting his part to a nicety, glaring owlishly about. "I can lick you all. Gimme some water, I'm burnin' up." A dipper of water was thrust into his hands, and he drained it in huge gulps. "What's going on here?" he asked, apparently revived a little by the water. "Gimme some hooch." Claw laid a conciliating hand upon his arm. "Listen, Ace in the Hole," he purred. "Not no more hooch right now. It's startin' to snow, and you gotta be hittin' for camp. Look-a-here." He picked up a corked bottle and extended it to Brent. "Here's a bottle for you. Wait till you get to camp, and then go to it. 'Twon't take you only a little while, But you got to get going. If she thicks up on you before you get to the mountains, you'll be in a hell of a fix. But you got time to make it, if the Siwash will shove the dogs along." "Better let him ride the sled," he said, turning to Joe Pete. "You'll make better time." Brent took the bottle and slipped it beneath his parka. "How much?" he asked, fumbling clumsily for his sack. "That's all right," assured Claw. "'Tain't nothin' at all. It's a present from me and Cap. Shows we know how to treat a friend. Come over and see us again when the storm lets up. You're welcome to anything we got." "Much 'bliged, Claw," mumbled Brent, blinking with solemn gravity, as he smothered an impulse to reach out and crush the man's windpipe in the grip of his hand. "Didn't know you was good friend of mine. Know it now. An' you too, Cap'n, you too, Snaggs." "Scroggs," corrected the mate. "Asa Scroggs." "Sure, Scroggs. 'Scuse me. Must be a little full. My name's Ace, too. Ace in the hole. Pair of aces. Ha ha ha. Pair to draw to, I'll say. Well, s'long. Tell you what," he said as he turned to the door, leaning heavily upon Joe Pete. "You come on over to my camp when the storm lets up. Right on the river. Can't miss it. Bloody Falls, where old Hearn's Injuns butchered the poor Eskimos. Damn shame. Bring over plenty of hooch. I've got the dust to pay for it. Bring a dozen bottles. Plenty dust back there in camp, and it'll be my treat." "We'll come," the captain hastened to accept. "Might's well be good friends. Neighbors ain't none too thick in these parts. We'll come, won't we, Claw? And we'll bring the hooch." Stumbling and mumbling, Brent negotiated the narrow alley and the steep flight of stairs in the wake of Joe Pete. At the head of the ladder that led down the ship's side, he managed to stumble and land harmlessly in a huge pile of snow that had been shoveled aside to make a path to the igloos, and amid the jibes of the two sailors who were cutting blubber, allowed Joe Pete to help him onto the sled. The wind had risen to half a gale. Out of the northeast it roared, straight across the frozen gulf from the treeless, snow-buried wastes of Wollaston Land, driving before it flinty particles of snow that hissed earthward in long cutting slants. Heading the dogs southward, Joe Pete struck into the back trail and, running behind, with a firm grip on the tail rope, urged them into a pace that carried the outfit swiftly over the level snow-covered ice. Upon the sled Brent lay thinking. Now that the necessity for absolute muscle control no longer existed, the condition of cold hate into which he had forced himself gave place to a surge of rage that drove his nails into his palms, and curses from his lips as he tried in his unreasoning fury to plan extermination of the two fiends who had plotted the soul murder of his Wonder Woman. He would tear them to shreds with his two hands. He would shoot them down from ambush without a chance to protect themselves as they searched for his camp among the rock ridges of Bloody Falls. Gradually the fume of fury cooled, and he planned more sanely. He was conscious of a torturing thirst. The bottle of hooch pressed against his side, and carefully, so as not to disturb the covering robe, he drew it from beneath his parka. He was cold sober now. The shock of what he had heard in the cabin of the Belva Lou had completely purged his brain of the effect of the strong liquor. But not so his body. Every nerve and fiber of him called for more liquor. There was a nauseating sickness in his stomach, a gnawing dryness in his throat, and a creeping coldness in his veins that called for the feeling of the warm glow of liquor. Never in his life had the physical desire for drink been more acute, but his brain was cold sober. Nothing of the heart-sickening remorse of his first moments of consciousness assailed him now. What was done was done. He knew that he had yielded to his desire for drink, had weakly succumbed to the first temptation, as he had always weakly succumbed, an act in itself contemptible. But with an ironical smile he realized that his very weakness had placed him in a position to save from a fate of 1,000 times more horrible than death the girl who had become dearer to him than life itself. But with that realization came also the realization that only by the merest accident had the good men been born of evil, that the natural and logical result of his act would have had its culmination at Bloody Falls, when he and Joe Pete would have sunk down dead upon the snow at the moment he produced the gold to pay for more hooch. Claw had laid his plans along the logical sequence of events. "He played me for a drunkard, as he had a right to," muttered Brent, "and his scheme would have worked except for one little mistake. He forgot to figure that physically I'm a better man than I was back at Dawson. He thought he had me gauged right, and so he talked. But he overplayed his hand. An hour ago I was a drunkard. Am I a drunkard now? It is the test," he muttered. "The war is on." And with a grim tightening of the lips, he thrust the bottle back under his parka. 3 times within the next 2 hours he withdrew the bottle, and 3 times he returned it to its place. He thought of tossing it into the snow, and a moment later angrily dismissed the thought. "She wouldn't ask odds of the hooch, and I won't either. I'll keep this bottle right with me. I'll fight this fight like a man, like a Brent. And by God, when I win, it won't be because I couldn't get the hooch. It will be because I wouldn't drink it when I had it." And the next moment, to the utter astonishment of Joe Pete, he leaped perfectly sober from the sled and took his place at the tail rope with a laughing command to the Indian to take a rest on the robes. An hour later Brent halted the dogs and aroused Joe Pete. "We ought to have hit shore by this time," he said. "I'm afraid something's wrong." The snow had thickened, entirely obliterating the trail, and forming an opaque wall through which the eye could penetrate but a short distance beyond the lead dog. The Indian noted the course and the direction of the wind. "Maybe so wind change," he opined, and even as he spoke the long sweeping lines of snow were broken into bewildering zigzags. A puff of wind coming at a right angle from the direction of the driving gale was followed by another blustering puff from the opposite direction, and they came thick and fast from every direction, and seemingly from all directions at once. The snow became powder fine, and in a confusion of battering blasts the 2 men pushed uncertainly on. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 19 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 19. Trapped. For 3 days the Arctic blizzard raged and howled, and drifted the snow deep over the igloos that were grouped about the hulk of the Belva Lou. On the morning of the 4th day, Claw and the captain made their way across the snow-buried deck and gazed out toward the distant ridges of the Copper Mountains. "Might's well get started," opined Claw. Have 'em load a week's grub onto my sled, and you and me and the dog rib'll hit out." "Will a week's grub be enough?" growled the captain. "It's going to be a hell of a trip. Maybe we ought to wait a couple of days and see what the weather'll do." "Wait, hell!" cried Claw. "What's the use waitin'? The barometer's up, and you know damn well we ain't in for no more storm for a week or two. What we want to do is git over to Bloody Falls before Ace-In-The-Hole takes a notion to break camp. And what's the use of packin' more grub? We'll have his, won't we?" "He ain't going to break camp till we come along with the hooch," argued the other. "Couple days more and this snow'll be settled and the goin'll be easier." "If you don't want to go, you can stay here," retorted Claw. "Me, I ain't going to take no chances. I and the Dog Rib can handle them two if you don't want none of it. And then we'll shove in on the Injun camp and get the girl, and I'll just slip on over to Dawson with her. $1,000 is too cheap anyhow. If I hadn't 'a' been lit up, I'd never offered her to you for no such figure." "A trade's a trade," interrupted the captain. "If you're so hell-bent on goin', I'll go along." He shouted the necessary orders to the sailors who were clearing the snow from the doorways of the igloos, and the two turned to the cabin. "I'll take that 500 now before we start, and you can give me the balance when we get back with the girl," suggested Claw. "You said there'd be 500 apiece in Ace-In-The-Hole's sack," reminded the captain. "I'll pay the first installment with that." "You will like hell. You'll pay me now. We ain't got that sack yet. Come acrost." "I'll give ye an order on—" "You'll give me an order on no one. You'll count out 500, cash money, dust, or bills, right here in this cabin, 'fore we budge an inch. You've got it. Come acrost." After much grumbling, the captain produced a roll of bills, and counting off $500, passed the money reluctantly across the table to Claw, who immediately stowed it away. "Don't forget to have him put a keg of rum on the sled," he reminded. "We'll need it when we get to the Injuns. Not half water, neither. What we want this trip is the strong stuff that'll set 'em afire. You got to stand your half of the rum. We're partners on this." "I stand nothin'. You put up the rum and the grub and $1,000 for the girl. My contract is to get her and deliver her on board the Belva Lou. The only thing we're partners on is Ace-In-The-Hole's dust. A trade's a trade, and you got all the best of it at that." Late that afternoon, Claw and the captain and the renegade Dog Rib reached the Bloody Falls of the Coppermine and searched vainly for Brent's camp. "Pulled out!" cried the captain, after an hour's search along the base of the upstanding rock ledges. Claw shook his head. "They never got here," he amended. "The storm got bad before they hit the ridges, and they're lost." "Where's the camp, then?" Claw indicated the high-piled snow. "Tent was only pegged to the snow. Wind blew it down, and the fresh snow buried it. We'll camp and hang around a couple of days. If they weathered the storm, they'll be along by that time. If they didn't, well, they won't bother us none with the girl." "How about the dust?" asked the captain. "If they don't come, we've got to find the camp." Claw laughed. "You'll have a hell of a time doing it, with the snow piled 20 foot deep along them ledges. If they don't show up, we'll shove on to the Injuns. It's close to 150 mile to the camp, accordin' to the Dog Rib, and it'll take us anyways a week to make it, with the goin' as bad as it is. And if we hang around here for a couple of days, that'll make 9 days, with a week's grub. What you gonna do about that? I told you we ought to take more." "Your head don't hurt you none, the way you work, does it?" sneered Claw. "I suppose we couldn't send the Dog Rib back for some grub while he was waitin'? And while he's gone you can get a belly full of rootin' up the snow to find the camp." For 2 days Claw laid in the tent and laughed at the captain's sporadic efforts to uncover Brent's camp. "If you'd help, 'stead of layin' around laughin', we might find it," flared the captain. "I don't want to find it," jeered Claw. "I'm usin' my head. Me. The main reason I came here was to kill Ace In The Hole so he couldn't butt in on the other business. If the storm saved me the trouble, all right." "But the dust." "Sure, the dust," mocked Claw. "If we find the camp and locate the dust, I divide it up with you. If we don't, I slip up here in the spring, when you're chasin' whales, and with the snow melted off, all I gotta do is reach down and pick it up, and they won't be no dividin', neither. What's to hinder me from slippin' in here long about that time? Two can play that game." "Help yourself," grinned Claw. "Only the Mounted Patrol will be along in the spring, and they'll give you a chance to explain about winterin' them klooches on the Belva Lou. You forgot, maybe, that such customs is frowned on." "You damn double-dealin' hound!" cried the captain, angrily. "Double-dealin', eh? I s'pose I orter be out there breakin' my back diggin' in the snow, so I could divvy up with you dust that I could have all to myself by takin' it easy. I offered to share the dust with you, 'cause I figured I needed your help in bumpin' off them two. If you don't help, you don't get paid, and that's all there is to it." The Indian returned with the provisions, and in the morning of the 3rd day they struck out up the Coppermine, with the Indian breaking trail ahead of the dogs. "I didn't expect 'em to show up," grinned Claw, as he trudged along behind the captain. "I figured if they didn't make camp that first stretch, they never would make it. Full of hooch, a man ain't fit to hit the trail even in good weather. He thinks he can stand anything, and he can't stand nothin'. The cold gets him. Here's what happened. The storm gets thick, and they get off the course. The Siwash is lost, and he tries to wake up Ace In The Hole. He finds the bottle of hooch, and that's the end of the Siwash. Somewheres out on the sea ice, or in under the snow on the flats, they's 2 frozen corpses, and damn good riddance, I says." Shortly after noon of the 6th day on the trail, the Dog Rib halted abruptly and stood staring in bewilderment at a little log cabin, half buried in the snow, that showed between the spruce trunks upon the right bank of the stream. Claw hastened forward and spoke to him in jargon. The Indian shook his head, and by means of signs and bits of jargon conveyed the information that the cabin did not belong to the Indian camp, and that it had not been there at the time he fled from the camp. He further elucidated that the camp was several miles along. "Must be some of 'em got sore at the rest and moved up here and built the shack," opined Claw. "Anyways, we got to find out, but we better be heeled when we do it." He looked to his revolver, and, stooping, picked up a rifle from the sled. The captain followed his example, and Claw ordered the Indian to proceed. No one had appeared, and at the foot of the ascent to the cabin, Claw paused to examine a snow-covered mound. The captain was about to join him when, with a loud yell of terror, he suddenly disappeared from sight, and the next moment the welkin rang with his curses, while Claw, laughing immoderately at the mishap, stood peering into Brent's brush-covered shaft. It was but the work of a few moments to haul the discomfited captain from the hole. "Shaft and an ore dump," explained Claw. "This here's a white man's layout, and he's up to date, too. They ain't been burnin' in, even on the Yukon, only a year or so. Wonder who he is." The two followed the Indian who had halted before the cabin, and stood looking down at the snowshoe trail that led from the door. "Off huntin', I guess. Or over to the Indian camp. Looks like them tracks was made yesterday. He ain't done no work in the shaft, though, since the storm. We'll go in and make ourself to home till he gets back, anyhow. I don't like the idea of no white man in here, 'cordin' to who it is, but—" "Maybe it ain't a white man," ventured the captain. "Sure it's a white man. Didn't I just tell you that burnin' in ain't no Injun trick?" "Dog-rib snowshoes," suggested the Indian in jargon, pointing to the tracks. "That don't prove nothin'," retorted Claw. "He could have got 'em from the Injuns, couldn't he? They's two of 'em lives here," he added from the interior. "Unharness the dogs while I build up a fire." From the moment of Brent's departure, Snowdrift bent all her energies persuading the Indians to burn into the gravel for gold. At first her efforts were unavailing. Even Wananebish refused to take any interest in the proceeding, so the girl was forced to cut her own wood, tend her own fire, and throw out her own gravel. When, however, at the end of a week, she panned out some yellow gold in the little cabin, as she had seen Brent do, the old squaw was won completely over, and thereafter the two women worked side by side, with the result that upon the test panning, Snowdrift computed that they too were taking out almost an ounce a day apiece. When the other Indians saw the gold, they also began to scrape away the snow, and to cut wood and to build their fires on the gravel. Men and women and even the children worked all day and took turns tending the fire at night. Trapping and hunting were forgotten in the new-found craze for gold, and it became necessary for Snowdrift to toll off hunters for the day, as the supply of meat shrank to an alarming minimum. By the end of another week interest began to flag. The particles of gold collected in the test pannings were small in size and few in number. The work was hard and distasteful, and it became more and more difficult for the girl to explain to them that these grains were not the ultimate reward for their work, that they were only tests, and that the real reward would not be visible until spring, when they would clean up the gravel dumps that were mounding up beside the shafts. The Indians wanted to know how this was to be accomplished, and Snowdrift suddenly realized that she did not know. She tried to remember what Brent had told her of the sluicing out process, and realized that he had told very little. Both had been content to let the details go until such time as the sluicing should begin. Vaguely she told the Indians of sluice boxes and riffles, but they were quick to see that she knew not whereof she spoke. In vain she told them that Brent would explain it all when he returned, but they had little use for this white man who had no hooch to trade. At last, in desperation, she hit upon the expedient of showing the Indians more gold. From Brent's sack she extracted quantities of dust which she displayed with pride. The plan worked at first, but soon the Indians became dissatisfied with their own showing, and either knocked off altogether, or ceased work on the shafts and began to laboriously pan out their dumps, melting the ice for water, and carrying the gravel, a pan at a time, to their cabins. This, too, was abandoned after a few days, and the Indians returned to their traps and to the snaring of rabbits. Only Snowdrift and old Wananebish kept up to the work of cutting and hauling the wood, tending the fires, and throwing out the gravel. Despite the grueling toil, Snowdrift found time nearly every day to slip up and visit Brent's cabin. Sometimes she would go only out to the bend of the river and gaze at it from a distance. Again she would enter and sit in his chair, or, moving softly about the room, handle almost reverently the things that were his, wiping them carefully, and returning them to their place. She purloined a shirt from a nail above his bunk, and carrying it home used it as a pattern for a wonderfully wrought shirt of buckskin and beads. Each evening she worked on the shirt, while Wananebish sat stolidly by, and each night as she knelt beside her bunk she murmured a prayer for the well-being of the big strong man who was hers. But whether it was at the shaft, at her needle, at her devotions, or upon her frequent trips to his cabin, her thoughts were always of Brent, and her love for him grew with the passing of the days until her longing for his presence amounted, at times, almost to a physical pain. One by one she counted the days of his absence, and mentally speculated upon his return. After the second week had passed she never missed a day in visiting his cabin. Always at the last bend of the river she quickened her steps, and always she paused, breathless, for some sign of his return. "Surely he will come soon," she would mutter, when the inspection showed only the lifeless cabin, or, "He will come tomorrow." When the 17th and the 18th days had passed, with no sign of him, the girl, womanlike, began to conjure up all sort and manner of dire accident that could have befallen him. He might have been drowned upon a thinly crusted rapid. He might have become lost, or frozen, or, ventured upon a snow cornice, had been dashed to pieces upon the rocks below. Every violent death known to the North she pictured for him, and as each picture formed in her brain, she dismissed it, laughed at her fears, and immediately pictured another. On the 19th day she chopped wood until the early darkness drove her from her tasks, then she returned to the cabin and, fastening on her snowshoes, struck off down the river. "Surely he will be here today," she murmured. "If he is not here today, I will know something has happened, and tomorrow I shall start out to find him. But no, I am foolish. Did he not say it would be 2 weeks, a month, maybe longer? Those were his very words. And it is only 19 days, and that is not a month. But he will come sooner." She flushed deeply. "He will come to me, for he does love me, even as I love him. In his eyes I have seen it, and in his voice, and in the touch of his hand." The last bend was almost in sight, and she quickened her pace. She knew to an inch the exact spot from which the first glimpse of the cabin was to be had. She reached the spot and glared eagerly toward the spruce thicket. The next instant a glad cry rang out upon the still Arctic air. "Oh, he has come! He has come! The light is in his window! Oh, my darling, my own man!" Half laughing, half sobbing, she ran forward, urging her tired muscles to their utmost, stumbling, recovering, hurrying on. Only a minute more now. Up the bank from the river, and not even pausing to remove her snowshoes, she burst into the room with Brent's name upon her lips. The next instant the blood rushed from her face, leaving it deathly white. She drew herself swiftly erect, and with a wild cry of terror turned to fly from the room. But her snowshoes fouled, and she fell heavily to the floor, just as Johnny Claw, with a triumphant leer upon his bearded face, leaped to the door, banged it shut, and stood with his back against it, leering and smirking down at her, while the captain of the Belva Lou knelt over her and stared into her eyes with burning, bestial gaze. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 20 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 20. You Are White. "So, my beauty," grinned the captain, "for once in his life Claw didn't lie. And you didn't wait for us to go on and get you. Just come right to us nice as you please, and saved me a keg of rum." He rose with an evil leer. "And now get up and make yourself to home. And long as you do as I say, and don't get your back up, you and me'll get along fine." Frantic with terror, the girl essayed to rise, but her snowshoes impeded her movements, so with trembling fingers she loosened the thongs and, leaping to her feet, backed into a corner, and stared in wide-eyed horror first at the captain, then at Claw, the sight of whom caused her to shrink still further against the wall. The man sneered, "Know me, eh? Recollect the time, over to the mission, I tried to persuade you to make the trip to Dawson with me, do you? Well, I made up my mind I'd get you. Tried to buy you off'n the squaw, and she'd like to tore me to pieces. I'd have kidnapped you then, if it hadn't been for the Mounted. But I've got you now. Got you and sold you to him." He grinned, pointing to the captain. "And you're lucky at that. Let me make you acquainted with Cap Jenkins. 'Tain't every breed girls get to be mistress of a ship like the Belva Lou." Her eyes blazing with anger, she pointed a trembling finger at Claw. "Stand away from that door. Let me go." "Oh, just like that," mocked the man. "If he says let you go, it's all right with me, provided he comes across with the balance of the dust." The captain laughed, and turning to the Dog Rib, he ordered, "Slip out to the sled and get a bottle of rum, and we'll all have a little drink." For the first time Snowdrift noticed the presence of the Indian. "Yondo!" she screamed. "This is your work! You devil!" And beside herself with rage and terror, she snatched a knife from the table and leaped upon him like a panther. "Get back there!" cried Claw, leveling his revolver. Quick as a flash, the captain knocked up the gun, pinioned the girl's arms from behind, and stood glaring over her shoulder at Claw. "Put up that gun, damn ye! And look out who you're pulling it on. By God, that's my Indian. I ain't through with him yet, and there ain't no damn jade can carve him up in under my nose. And this here's my woman, too. And there ain't no damn hooch runner can pull a gun on her, neither." "Ain't no harm done," conciliated Claw. "And I guess they ain't no call to fight over 'em. How about that drink?" "Get it," ordered the captain, and as the cowering Dog Rib slunk from the room, he snatched the knife from the pinioned hand of the girl and hurled it under the bunk. "And now, you hell-cat," he rasped, pushing her from him, "you set to and get supper. And don't go tryin' no more monkey business, or I'll break you in two. There seems to be grub enough here without usin' none of my own," he added, eyeing the supplies ranged along the opposite wall. "Who owns this shack, anyhow?" "Carter Brent owns it," cried the girl, drawing herself erect and glaring into the man's eyes. It was as though the very mention of his name nerved her to defiance. "And when he returns he will kill you both. Kill you! Do you hear?" "It's a lie!" roared Claw, then paused abruptly. "I wonder. Maybe it is his shack. He comes straight from the Yukon, and that accounts for the burnin' in." "Know him?" asked the captain. "Know him?" growled Claw. Yes, I know him, and so do you. That's Ace in the Hole's real name." "The hell it is!" cried the captain, and laughed uproariously. "So that's the way the wind blows. And the breed's been livin' here with him. Things is sure comin' out my way. That's most too good to be true. And you misrepresentin' her to be a virgin, fresh from a school. Ha ha ha!" "What do you mean?" snarled Claw. "How was I to know—" "Whether you'd know, or whether you didn't, it didn't make no difference. I win either way." "What do you mean?" Claw repeated. "You know what I mean," sneered the captain, truculently. "Second-hand goods, half price, see?" "You mean I don't get my other 500?" yelled Claw, jerking the revolver from his holster and leveling at the captain's head. "Is that what you mean?" Surprised at the suddenness of the action, the captain was caught off guard, and he stood blinking foolishly into the mouth of the gun. "Well," he faltered, moistening his lips with his tongue, "maybe we might kinda talk it over." "The only talkin' over you'll get out of me is to come across with the 500, sneered Claw. "You know damn well I ain't got no 500 with me. Wait till we get to the Belva Lou." "I'll wait, all right, but not till we get to the Belva Lou. Me and the girl will wait on shore, in sight of the Belva Lou, while you go out and get the money and fetch it back, and you'll come back alone with it. And what's more, you ain't ahead nothin' on the rum, neither. 'Cause I'm going to slip down to the Injun camp in about 5 minutes, and the rum goes along. I'll be back by daylight, and instead of the rum, I'll have all the fur, and everything else them dog ribs has got. And I'll get square with that damn squaw for jerking that handful of whiskers out of me, too." "That's all right, Johnny," assured the captain, still with his eyes on the black muzzle of the gun. "Take the rum along, only we'd oughter split half and half on that fur." "Half and half, hell! You got what you come after, ain't you? And if I can pick up an honest dollar on the side, that ain't no reason I should split it with you, is it? I'll just leave you two to get acquainted while I slip down to the camp." "Go ahead," grinned the captain. "And don't hurry back. We'll wait." "You're damn right you'll wait," retorted Claw. "I'll have the dogs." In the doorway he paused. "And, by the way, Cap, don't open that door till I get out of range, see?" The moment the door closed behind Claw, the captain placed his back against it and turned to the girl. "Get to work now and get supper. We're going to hit the back trail inside an hour. We can pack what grub we'll need, and we'll get most a whole night's start, 'cause he'll be busy with the Indians till mornin'." Snowdrift confronted him with blazing eyes. At the words her blood seemed to freeze within her, leaving her cold and numb with horror. She had heard of the coastal traffic in winter wives, but always it had seemed to her a thing vague and unreal. But now the full hideousness of it stood revealed to her. She herself at that very moment stood trapped, bought and sold, absolutely in the power of the two bearded beasts, who in the very loathsomeness of their filthy minds discussed her as they would discuss a piece of merchandise, bargained and haggled over the price of her living body. A single ray of hope had dawned in her breast as the men began to quarrel. If they would only come to blows, and to grip-lock in their rage, she might be able to seize a weapon, or, better still, dash from the room. Once in the scrub she could easily elude them. But the hope died when Claw covered the captain with his gun. And with the hope died also the numbing terror. A strange, unnatural calm took possession of her. There was still one way out, and she would seek that way. As the two men stood facing each other, she had caught a glimpse of the blade of the knife that lay where the captain had thrown it, beneath the edge of the bunk. Stealthily her moccasined foot had reached out and slid it toward her, and as the door opened upon Claw's departure, she had stooped swiftly and recovered it. She would plunge the blade into her own heart. No, better, she would attack the captain, now that they were alone, and either kill him, or by the very fury of her onslaught, would force him to kill her. So, with the knife concealed by her folded arms, her eyes blazed defiance. "I'll never cook your supper, you dog! You unspeakable devil! I'll kill you first, or you'll kill me!" "Kill ye, eh?" sneered the man. "Well, I might at that, if I didn't have $500 good tied up in ye. Guess they ain't much danger of me killin' ye till I get my money back, one way or another, an' I guess they ain't no one knows that no better'n what you do. An' as for killin' me," he laughed, "you look spunky enough to, but I'm hard to kill. It's been tried." "I've warned you," cried the girl, "and I'll kill you." "Git to work, damn ye!" snarled the captain. "You're losin' time. You cook that supper, or by God, I'll make ye wisht I had killed ye. I'll tame ye. I'll show ye who's boss. Maybe you won't be so pretty when I get through with ye, but you'll be tame." The innermost thought of her brain found voice in words. "Oh, if he were here!" "Hollerin' for your man, eh?" taunted the captain. "You ain't his'n now, you're mine, an' he won't come, 'cause he's dead." "Dead!" The word shrieked from the lips of the tortured girl. "No, no, no!" "Yes, yes, yes," mocked the man. "He's dead and froze hard as a capstan bar, somewheres upon the sea ice, and his Injun, too. Got dead drunk upon the Belva Lou, and started for shore in the big storm, and he never got there. So you might as well make the best of it with me. And I'll treat you right, if you give me what I want. And if you don't give it, I'll take it. And it'll be worse for you." The girl scarcely heard the words. Brent was dead. Her whole world, the world that was just beginning to unfold its beauties and its possibilities to her, to hold promise of the wondrous happiness of which she had read and dreamed, but had never expected to realize. Her whole world had suddenly come crashing about her. Brent was dead, and, like a flame of fire, the thought flashed across her brain. The man responsible for his death stood before her, and was even now threatening her with a fate 1,000 times worse than death. With a wild scream, animal-like, terrifying in its fury, the girl sprang upon the man like a tiger. He saw the flash of the knife blade in the air, and warding off the blow with his arm, felt the bite and the hot rip of it as it tore into his shoulder. With a yell of pain and rage he struck blindly out, and his fist sent the girl crashing against the table. The force of the impact jarred the chimney from the little oil bracket lamp, and the light suddenly dimmed to a red flaring half-gloom. Like a flash the girl recovered herself, and again she flew at the man whose hand gripped the butt of his revolver. Again he struck out to ward the blow, and by the merest accident the barrel of the heavy gun struck the wrist of the hand that held the knife, hurling it from her grasp, while at the same time his foot tripped her and she crashed heavily to the floor. Before she could get up, the man was upon her, cursing, panting hot fury. Kicking, striking out, clawing like a wild cat, the girl managed to tear herself from his grasp, but as she regained her feet, a huge hand fastened in the neck of her shirt. There was a moment of terrific strain as she pulled to free herself, holding to the stanchion of the bunk for support. Then, with a loud ripping sound, the garment and the heavy woolen undershirt beneath gave way, and the girl, stripped bare to the waist, stood panting with the table interposed between herself and the man who rose slowly to his feet. At the sight of her, half naked in the dimly wavering light of the flaring wick flame, his look suddenly shifted from mad fury to bestial desire. Deliberately he picked up the knife from the floor, and without taking his eyes from the girl, opened the door and tossed it out into the snow. Then he returned the revolver to its holster, and stared gloatingly at the white breasts that rose and fell convulsively as the breath sobbed from the girl's lungs. And as she looked into his devouring eyes, abysmal terror once more seized hold of her, for the loathsome desire in those eyes held more of horror than had their blaze of fury. The man moistened his thick lips, smacking them in anticipation, and as he slowly advanced to the table, his foot struck an object that felt soft and yielding to the touch, yet when he sought to brush it aside, it was heavy. He glanced down, and the next instant stooped swiftly and picked up Brent's sack of dust, which the girl had carried inside her shirt. For an instant greed supplanted the lust in his eyes, and he laughed. Long and loud he laughed, while the girl, pumping the air into her lungs, gained strength with every second. "So here's where he left his dust, is it? It's too good to be true. I pay $500 for the girl instead of $1,000, and all the dust that Claw'll be scratching up the gravel around Bloody Falls for next summer. I guess that's poor. $500 clean cash profit, and the girl besides." The sight of Brent's gold in the man's foul clutch was too much for Snowdrift, and the next instant a billet of stovewood crashed against the wall within an inch of his head. With a low growl, he dropped the sack to the floor and started around the table. In vain the girl cast wildly about for some weapon, as, keeping the table between them, she milled round and round the room. In vain she tried each time she passed it, to wrench open the door. But always the man was too quick for her, and when finally he pushed the table against it, she once more found herself cornered, this time without a weapon, and half dead from fatigue. Slowly, deliberately, the man advanced upon her. When he reached out and touched her bare arm with a thick-fingered, hairy hand, she shrieked aloud and redoubled the fury of her attack, clawing and striking at his face. But her onslaught was futile. He easily warded off her tiring efforts. Closer and closer he pressed, his eyes aglitter with the fever of lust, his thick lips twisted into a gloating grin, until his arms closed slowly about her waist and his body pressed hers backward onto the bunk. Joe Pete wanted to camp, but Brent would have none of it. The storm thickened. The wind increased in fury, buffeting them about, and causing the dogs to whine and cringe in the harness until it became necessary to fasten a leash to the leader to prevent their bolting. Hopelessly lost though they were, Brent insisted upon pushing on. "The land lies this way," he kept saying, "and we'll strike it somewhere along the coast." Then he would appeal to the Indian who would venture no opinion whatever, frankly admitting he was lost, and always counseling the making of a camp. Finally, when darkness came, they did camp, merely digging into the snow, and tossing blanket and robes and a little food into the pit, crawled in and drew the tarpaulin over them. Brent slept little that first night. Over and over again he tried to reason out the course, and between times he lay hugging tightly his bottle of hooch. "I wouldn't lose you for a million," he muttered as each tortured nerve of his body cried out for stimulant, and the little brain devils added their urge, and with sophistry and cunning excuse sought to undermine his resolve. "Just one drink. You need it. Taper off gradually. It's medicine." But to the insidious suggestions of the brain devils he turned a deaf ear, and with clenched teeth gripped his bottle. "I'll never want you, never need you any more than I do this night," he whispered into the dark. "Right now I'd give half my life for one big swig, but my life isn't mine to give now. It's hers, hers, do you hear? It's her fight that I'm fighting now, and by God, she's going to win." In the morning, despite the protest of Joe Pete, Brent pushed on. The storm had increased in fury, and it was with difficulty they kept their feet. Toward noon both knew that they had gained land of some kind, for the terrain became rolling, and in places even hilly. "We ain't going right for the mountain," shouted the Indian, with his lips close to Brent's ear. "Dey ain't no little hill there till we come to the ridge." "I don't care," yelled Brent. "We're heading south, and that's the main thing. We can hit for the river when the storm stops." The third day was a repetition of the second, except that the hills became higher and more numerous, but entirely unlike the ridge formation of the Copper Mountains. That night the storm wore itself out, and the morning of the fourth day dawned bright and clear, with the wind blowing strongly. "Well, where are we?" asked Brent, as he and Joe Pete ascended a nearby hillock to take observation of their surroundings. For a long time the Indian studied the horizon, nor did he speak until every degree of the arc had been subjected to minute scrutiny. "I'm t'ink we come too much far wes'," he observed. "I'm t'ink we better strike east. But one day, t'morrow." "Tomorrow?" cried Brent. "Why not today, now?" The Indian pointed to the dogs. "Too much tired out. Too much no good. We got to rest today. Maybe so travel tomorrow." A glance at the dogs convinced Brent, anxious as he was to push on, that it would be useless to try it, for the dogs were in a pitiable condition from the 3-day fight with the storm. He wanted to make up a pack and push on alone, but the Indian dissuaded him. "Suppose come anudder big snow. What you do den, eh? You get los'. You trail get covered up. I can no find. That better you wait." And wait they did, though Brent fretted and chafed the whole day through. The following morning they started toward the southeast, shaping their course by a far distant patch of timber that showed as a dark spot on the dazzling snow. The ground was broken and hard to travel, and their progress was consequently slow. At noon they cut a dog loose, and later another, the released animals limping along behind as best they could. At noon of their 7th day of travel, the 8th after the storm, Brent, who was in the lead, halted suddenly and pointed to a small lake that lay a mile or more to the southward. "I know that lake," he cried. "It's the one where Snowdrift killed a caribou. The river is 6 or 7 miles east of here, and we'll strike it just below our cabin." "You sure 'bout that?" asked the Indian. "De dogs, what you call, all in. I ain't like we make t'morrow travel we can help." "Yes, sure," exclaimed Brent. I couldn't be mistaken. There is the point where we ate lunch, that broken spruce leaning against those two others." "Dat good landmark," the Indian agreed. "I ain't think you wrong now." Joyously Brent led off to the eastward. The pace was woefully slow, for of the 7 dogs only 3 remained, and the men were forced to work at pulling the sled. "We ought to make the cabin a little after dark," he figured, "and then I'll grab a bite to eat and hit out for Snowdrift. Wonder if she's looking for me yet? Wonder if she's been thinking about me? Let's see, this is the 19th day. 19 days since I've seen her, and it seems like 19 years. I hate to tell her I didn't make a strike. And worst of all, I hate to tell her about what happened on the Belva Lou. But I'll come clean. I will tell her, and I'll show her the bottle, and thank God I didn't pull the cork. And I never will pull it now. I learned something out there in the snow, learned what a man can do." He grinned as he thought of Claw and the captain of the Belva Lou searching the Copper Mountains for his camp, so they could kill him and steal his dust. Then the grin hardened into a straight-lipped frown as he planned the vengeance that was to be his when they came after the girl. "They won't be in any hurry about starting up river," he argued. "They'll hunt for me for a week. Then, when they do come, I'll kill 'em as I would kill so many mad dogs. I hate to shoot a man from ambush, but there's 2 of 'em, and I don't dare to take a chance. If they should get me—" He shuddered at the thought and pressed on. As he swung onto the river, a sharp cry escaped him, and he stooped in the darkness to stare at a trail in the snow. The cry brought Joe Pete to his side. "Those tracks!" rasped Brent. "When were they made, and who made 'em?" The Indian stooped close and examined the trail. 'Tree mans, an' a team," he muttered. "An' one man dat goddamn Johnny Claw." "How do you know?" cried Brent. "How old are they?" And leaping to the sled, he cut the pack thongs with one sweep of his knife and grabbed up his rifle. "I know dem track. Seen 'em on MacKenzie. Been gone about 2-3 hour." "Bring on the outfit," Brent called over his shoulder, and the Indian stared in surprise as he watched the man strike out on the trail in great leaping strides. The distance to the cabin was a scant mile, and Brent covered it without slackening his pace. At the foot of the bank, he noted with relief that the trail swung upward to his own cabin. If they had stopped, there was yet time. His first glance had detected no light in the window, but as he looked again, he saw that a peculiar dull radiance filtered through the oiled parchment that served as a glass. Cautiously he maneuvered up the bank and made his way to the cabin, mentally debating with himself whether to burst in upon the occupants and chance a surprise, or to lie in wait until they came out. He stood in the shelter of the meat cache, weighing his chances, when suddenly from beyond the log walls came the sound of a woman's scream, loud, shrill, terrible it sounded, cutting the black silence of the night. What woman? There could be only one. With a low cry that sounded in his own ears like the snarl of a beast, he dropped the rifle and sprang against the door. It flew inward, and for a second Brent could see nothing in the murky interior of the room. There was a sound from the bunk, and through the smoke haze he made out the face of the captain of the Belva Lou. As the man sprang erect, their bodies met with an impact that carried them to the floor. Brent found himself on top, and the next instant his fingers were twisting, biting into a hairy throat with a grip that crushed and tore. In his blind fury he was only half conscious that heavy fists were battering at his face. Beneath him the body of the captain lashed and struggled. The man's tongue lolled from his open mouth, and from beneath the curled lips came hoarse, wheezing gasps and great gulping, strangling gurgles. A wave of exultation seized Brent as he realized that the thing that writhed and twisted in his grasp was the naked throat of a man. Vaguely he became conscious that above him hovered a white shape, and that the shape was calling his name, in strange, quavering tones. He tightened his grip. There was a wild, spasmodic heaving of the form beneath him, and the form became suddenly still. But Brent did not release his grasp. Instead, he twisted and ground his fingers deeper and deeper into the flesh that yielded now, and did not writhe. With his face held close, he glared like a beast into the face of the man beneath him, a horrible face with its wide-sprung jaws exposing the slobbered tongue, the yellow snag-like teeth, the eyes, back-rolled until only the whites showing beneath the wide staring lids, and the skin fast purpling between the upper beard and the mottled thatch of hair. A hand fell upon his shoulder, and glancing up he saw Snowdrift, and realized that she was urging him to rise. As in a dream he caught the gleam of white shoulders, and saw that one bare arm clasped a fragment of torn shirt to her breast. He staggered to his feet, gave one glance into the girl's eyes, and with a wild, glad cry caught her to him and pressed her tight against his pounding heart. A moment later she struggled from his embrace. She flushed deeply as his eyes raised from her shoulders to meet her own. He was speaking, and at the words her heart leaped wildly. "It's a lie!" he cried. "You are not a breed! I knew it! I knew it! My darling, you are white as I am! Old Wananebish is not your mother! Do you hear? You are white!" End of chapter 20. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 21 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 21. The Passing of Wananebish. Stepping across to a duffel bag, Brent produced a shirt and an undershirt which he tossed to the girl, who, in the weakness of sudden reaction, had thrown herself sobbing upon the bunk. "There, there, darling," he soothed as with his back toward her, his eyes roved about the room seeking to picture, in the wild disorder, the terrific struggle that had taken place. "Put on those things, and then you can tell me all about it. You're all right now, dear. I will never leave you again." "But, oh, if you had not come," sobbed the girl. "But I did come, sweetheart, and everything is all right. Forget the whole horrid business. Come, we will go straight to Wananebish. Not another hour nor a minute will we wait. We will make her tell the truth. I have never believed you were her daughter, and now I know." "But," faltered the girl as she slipped into the warm garments, "if I am not her daughter, who am I? Oh, it is horrible not to know who you are. If this is true, she must tell, she has got to tell me. I have the right to know. And my mother and my father, where are they? Who are they?" "We will know soon, darling," assured Brent, drawing her to him and looking down into her uplifted eyes. "But first, let me tell you this. I don't care who you are. You are mine now, dearest, the one woman for me in all the world. And no matter who or what your parents were, you are mine, mine, mine." His lips met hers, her arms stole about his neck, and as she clung to him, she whispered, "Oh, everything seems all strange, and unreal, and upside down, and horrible. And in all the world, darling, you are the one being who is good, and sane, and strong. Oh, I love you so. Don't ever leave me again." "Never again," assured Brent, smiling down into the dark eyes raised so pleadingly to his. "And now, do you feel able to strike out for the camp?" "I feel able to go to the end of the earth with you," she answered quickly, and he noticed that her voice had assumed its natural buoyancy, and that her movements were lithe and sure as she stooped to lace her snowshoes, and he marveled at the perfect resiliency of nerves that could so quickly regain their poise after the terrible ordeal to which they had been subjected. "Where is Claw?" he asked abruptly, as he stooped and recovered his gold sack from the floor where the captain had dropped it. "Come, we must hurry!" cried the girl, who in the excitement had forgotten his very existence. "He started for the camp to trade hooch to the Indians, and oh, hurry!" she cried, as she plunged out into the night. "He hates Wananebish, and he threatened to get even with her. If he should kill her now, before she could tell us—" She was already descending the bank to the river when Brent, recovering his rifle, hastened after her, and although he exerted himself to the utmost, the flying figure gradually drew away from him. When it had all but disappeared in the darkness, he called, and the girl waited, whereupon Brent, despite her protest, took the lead, and with his rifle ready for instant use, hastened on up the river. A half-mile from the encampment, Brent struck into the scattered timber. "He may watch the back trail," he flung back over his shoulder, "and we don't want to walk into a trap." Rapidly they made their way through the scrub, and upon the edge of the clearing they paused. In the wide space before one of the cabins, brush fires were blazing, and by the light of the leaping flames the Indians could be seen crowding and fighting to get to the door of the cabin. Brent drew Snowdrift into the shelter of a bush, from which point of vantage they watched Claw, who stood in the doorway, glass in one hand, six-gun in the other, dispensing hooch. Standing by his side, Yondo received the skins from the crowding Indians, and tossed them into the cabin. The process was beautifully simple, a drink for a skin. As Yondo took a skin, Claw passed out a drink to its erstwhile owner. "Damn him," muttered Brent, raising his rifle. But Snowdrift pushed it aside. "It is too dark," she whispered. "You can't see the sights, and you might hit one of the Indians." Breaking off sharply, she pointed toward her own cabin. The door had been thrown open, and, rifle in hand, old Wananebish stepped out on the snow. She raised the rifle, and with loud cries the Indians surged back from about the hooch runner. Before the rifle could speak, Claw fired, and dropping her gun, old Wananebish staggered a few steps forward and pitched headlong into the snow. With a yell of rage, Brent broke cover and dashed straight across the clearing. As the cry reached him, Claw looked up, fired one hasty shot at the approaching figure, and leaping straight through the throng of Indians, disappeared in the scrub beyond the cabin, with Yondo close at his heels. Brent was aware that Snowdrift was at his side. "Go to her," panted the girl. "I will try to handle the Indians." For an instant he hesitated, then, realizing that the girl could deal with her own band better without his presence, he hastened to the squaw, who had raised herself to an elbow and was vainly trying to rise. Picking her up bodily, Brent carried her into the cabin and placed her upon the bunk. "Where is she?" the woman gasped, as he tore open her shirt and endeavored to staunch the flow of blood from a wound low down upon the sunken chest. "She's all right," assured the man. "Claw has gone, and she is trying to quiet the Indians." The old crone shook her head. "No use." She whispered the words with difficulty. "Take her away, while there is time. They are crazy for hooch, and they will sell her to him." She sank back, gasping, and Brent held a cup of water to her lips as he motioned her to be quiet. "I am going to take her," he answered. "But tell me, who is Snowdrift?" The beady eyes fixed his with a long, searching stare. She was about to speak when the door opened, and Snowdrift herself burst into the room and sank down beside the bunk. With a laboring effort the old woman laid a claw-like hand upon the girl's arm. "Forgive me," she whispered, and summoning all her fast-ebbing strength, she gasped, "It is all a lie. You are not my child. You are white. I loved you, and I was afraid you would go to your people." A paroxysm of coughing seized her, and a gush of red blood welled from her lips. "Look in the moss bag," she croaked, the words gurgling through her blood-flooded throat. She fell heavily back upon the blanket, and the red torrent gushed afresh from between the stilled lips. With a dry sob, Snowdrift turned to Brent. "We must go," she faltered, hurriedly. "I can do nothing with the Indians. I tried to reach the hooch to destroy it, but they crowded me away. He has lied to them, won them completely over by the promise of more hooch. He told them he has plenty of hooch cached in the scrub. Already they have sent runners to bring him back, and when he comes—" The girl paused and shuddered. "They will do anything he tells them to, for hooch, and you know what that will be. Come, we must go while we have time." "Can't we stay and fight him?" cried Brent. "Surely some of the Indians will be with us." "No, only a few of the squaws, and they would be no good. No, we must go before they bring him back. My sled is beside the door. Hurry and load it with supplies while I harness the dogs." As she talked, the girl's hands searched beneath the blankets upon which lay the body of the squaw, and with a low cry she drew forth the moss bag which she handed to Brent. "Take it," she said, "and do not trust it to the sled. We have no time to look into it now, but that little bag contains the secret of my life." "And I will guard it with my own," cried Brent, as he took the bag from her hand. "Hurry now and harness the dogs. I'll throw in some grub and blankets, and we will finish the outfit at my cabin where we'll pick up Joe Pete." While Brent worked at the lashings of the sled pack, Snowdrift slipped silently into the cabin and, crossing to the bunk, bent low over the still form of the squaw. "Good-bye, Wananebish," she sobbed, as she pressed her lips to the wrinkled forehead. "I don't know what you have done, nor why you did it, but I forgive you." She turned to see Brent examining the two heavy crotches that were fixed, one on either side of the doorway on the inside. "That is our lock," explained the girl. "See, there is the bar that goes across the door, like the bar at the post at Fort Norman. Wananebish made it, and every night when we were inside she placed the bar in the crotches and no one could have got in without smashing the door to pieces. Ever since I returned from the mission, Wananebish has feared someone, and now I know it was Claw." "If we could only drop the bar from the outside," mused Brent. "Maybe we could gain a lot of time. I know Claw, and when he finds that he has all the Indians with him, and that we are only 2, he is not going to give you up without a struggle. By George," he exclaimed suddenly, "I believe I can do it." He motioned the girl outside and slipped the bar into the crotch at the hinge side of the door, then driving a knife upon the inside, he rested the bar upon it, and stepping outside banged the door shut. The knife held, and opening the door, he loosened the blade a little and tried again. This time the banging of the door jarred the knife loose. It fell to the floor, and the heavy bar dropped into place, and the man smiled with satisfaction as he threw his weight against the door. "That will keep them busy for a while," he said. "They'll think we're in there, and they know we're armed, so they won't be any too anxious to mix things up at close quarters." Swiftly the dogs flew up the well-packed trail toward Brent's cabin. The night was dark and the Indians were fighting over the rum cask that Claw had abandoned. As they hurried down the river, the 2 cast more than one glance over their shoulders toward the cabin where the Indians milled about in the firelight. At the first bend of the river they paused and looked back. Shots were being fired in scattering volleys, and suddenly Snowdrift grasped Brent's arm. "Look," she cried, "at our cabin!" At first Brent could see nothing but the distant glow of the brush fires. Then from the direction of the cabin they had just left, a tongue of flame shot upward through the darkness. There were more shots, and the flames widened and leaped higher. "They're piling brush against the cabin," cried Brent. "They think they'll burn us out. Come on, we haven't a minute to lose, for when Claw learns that we are not in the cabin, he'll be on our trail." At his own shack, Brent tore the lashings from the sled and began to rearrange the pack, adding supplies from his stores. Joe Pete stared in astonishment. "Come on here," cried Brent. "Get to work. We're off for Dawson, and we've got to take grub enough to last till we hit Fort Norman." "All day long you have been on the trail," cried the girl. "You are tired. Can't we stand them off here until you are rested?" Brent shook his head. "You saw what happened at the other cabin," he answered. "And here it would be even worse. With the window and the door on the same side, they could burn us out in no time." "But they will trail us, and we must travel heavy." She pointed to the loaded sled. "We will take our chances in the open," said Brent, grimly. "And if luck favors us we will get a long lead. The Indians may get too drunk to follow, or they may stop to loot my cabin, and even if they should overtake us, we can give a good account of ourselves. We have 3 rifles, and the Indians can't shoot, and Claw will not risk his own hide. Strike out straight for Fort Norman, Joe Pete. We will take turns breaking trail." At daylight they camped upon the apex of a high ridge that commanded a 6 or 7 mile sweep of the back trail, and all 3 noted with relief that the stiff wind had filled their trail with the shifting snow. All through the night they had avoided the timbered swamps and the patches of scrub, both for the purpose of allowing the wind full sweep at their trail, and also to force their pursuers to expose themselves to the open. It was decided that until danger of pursuit was past, they would travel only at night and thus eliminate in so far as possible the danger of a surprise attack. Because the men had been on the trail almost constantly for 24 hours, Snowdrift insisted upon standing first watch, and as Brent unrolled his blankets, he removed the moss bag from his shoulders and handed it to the girl. Both he and Joe Pete were asleep the instant they hit the blankets, and for a long time Snowdrift sat with the moss bag hugged close, and her eyes fixed upon the long sweep of back trail. At length she thrust her hand into the bag and withdrew the packet, secure in its waterproof wrapping. Over and over she turned it in her hand, as she speculated, womanlike, upon its contents. Time and again she essayed to untie the thong that bound it, but each time her fingers were stilled before the knot was undone. "Oh, I am afraid, afraid," she murmured, when her burning curiosity urged her fingers to do their task. "Suppose my father was a man like those two. Suppose he was Claw himself." She shuddered at the thought. "No, no," she whispered. "Wananebish said that he was good. My mother, then, who was she? Is some terrible stigma attached to her name? Better never to know who I am than to know that." For a moment she held the packet above the little flames of her fire, as though she would drop it in. But even as she held it, she knew she would not destroy it, for she decided that even to know the worst would be better than the gnawing of lifelong uncertainty. "He, too, has the right to know," she murmured, "and we will open it together." And with a sigh she replaced the packet in the bag and returned to her scrutiny of the back trail. Despite the agreement to divide equally the time of watching, the girl resolved to let the men sleep until midday before calling Brent, who was to take the second watch. At noon Brent awoke of his own accord, and the girl was startled by the sound of his voice in her ear. "Anything doing?" "No," she answered. "Not even a wolf or a caribou has crossed the open." "Have you explored that?" He indicated the moss bag with a nod, and the girl was quick to note the carefully suppressed eagerness of the words. "No. I waited. I wanted you and I was afraid." "Nonsense, darling," laughed the man. "I am not afraid. Give me the bag. Again I swear to you, I do not care who you are. You are mine, and nothing else matters." Snowdrift slipped her hand into the bag and withdrew the packet, and she handed it to Brent. He placed his arm about her shoulders and drew her close against his side, and with her head resting upon his shoulders, her eyes followed his every moment as his fingers fumbled at the knot. Carefully he unwrapped the waterproof covering and disclosed a small leather notebook, and a thick packet wound round with a parchment deerskin. On the flyleaf of the notebook, in a round, clear hand, was written the name Murdo MacFarlane, and below, Lashing Water. "Murdo MacFarlane!" cried Brent. "Why, that's the name in the book that told of Hearne's lost mines. The book that brought me over here." "And the name on the knife! See, I have it here!" exclaimed the girl. "But go on. Who was MacFarlane, and what has he to do with me?" Eagerly Brent read aloud the closely written pages that told of the life of Murdo MacFarlane, of his boyhood in Scotland, of his journey to Canada, his service with the Hudson's Bay Company, his courtship of Margot Molaire, and their marriage to the accompaniment of the booming of the bells of St. Anne's, of the birth of their baby, the little Margot, of his restless longing for gold, that his wife and baby need not live out their lives in the outlands, of the visit of Wananebish and her little band of Dog Ribs, of his venture into the barrens, accompanied by his wife and little baby, of the cabin beside the nameless lake and the year of fruitless search for gold in the barrens. "Oh, that is it! That is it! The memory!" cried the girl. "What do you mean? What memory?" "Always I have had it, the memory. Time and again it comes back to me, but I can never seem to grasp it. A cabin, a beautiful woman who leaned over me and talked to me, and a big man who took me up in his arms, a lake beside the cabin, and—that is all. Dim and elusive always, I have tried for hours at a time to bring it sharply into mind, but it was no use. The memory would fade, and in its place would be the tepee, or my little room at the mission. But go on. What became of Murdo MacFarlane and Margot, of my father and my mother? And why have I always lived with Wananebish?" Brent read the closing lines with many a pause, and with many a catch in his voice, the lines which told of the death of Margot, and of his determination to take the baby and leave her with Wananebish until he should return to her, of his leaving with the squaw all of his money, £500 in good banknotes, with instructions to use it for her keep and education in case he did not return. And so he came to the concluding paragraph, which read, "In the morning I shall carry my wee Margot to the Indian woman. It is the only thing I can do. And then I shall strike north for gold. But first I must return to this cabin and bury my dead. God, why did she have to die? She should be buried beside her mother in the little graveyard at St. Anne's. But it cannot be. Upon a high point that juts out onto the lake I will dig her grave, upon a point where we used often to go and watch the sunset, she and I and the little one. And there she will lie, while far below her the booming and the thunder of the wind-lashing waters of the lake will rise about her like the sound of bells, her requiem, like the tolling of the bells of St. Anne's." "Oh, where is he now, my father?" sobbed the girl as he concluded. Brent's arm tightened about her shoulders. "He is dead," he whispered. "He has been dead for these many years, or he would have found you." He swept his arm toward the barrens. "Somewhere in this great white land your father met his death, and it was a man's death, the kind of death he would have welcomed, for he was a man. The whole North is his grave, and out of it his spirit kept calling, calling. And the call was heard, by a drunkard in a little cabin on the Yukon. I am that drunkard, and into my keeping the spirit of Murdo MacFarlane has entrusted the life of his baby, his wee Margot." Brent paused, and his voice suddenly cut hard as steel. "And may God Almighty strike me dead if I ever violate that trust." Slender brown fingers were upon his lips. "Don't talk like that, dear. It scares me. See, I am not afraid. And you are not a drunkard." "I got drunk on the Belva Lou." "Didn't I say we couldn't expect to win all the battles?" "And I carry my bottle with me." He reached into his blankets and drew out the bottle of rum. "And the cork has not been pulled," flashed the girl. "And you have carried it ever since you left the whaler." "Yes, darling," answered the man softly. "And I always shall keep it, and I never will pull the cork. I can give you that promise now. I can promise you, on the word of a Brent, that—" "Not yet, sweetheart, please," interrupted the girl. "Let us hold back the promise till we need it. That promise is our heavy artillery. This is only the beginning of the war, and no good general would show the enemy all he has got, right in the beginning." "You wonder woman," laughed Brent, as he smothered the upraised eyes with kisses. "But see, we have not opened the packet." Carefully he unwound the parchment wrapping, and disclosed a closely packed pile of banknotes. So long had they remained undisturbed that their edges had stuck together, so that it was with difficulty he succeeded in counting them. 100, he announced at length. 100 5-pound notes of the Bank of England. "Why, Wananebish never used any of the money!" cried the girl. Brent shook his head. "Not a penny has been touched. I doubt that she ever even opened the packet." "Poor old Wananebish," murmured the girl. "And she needed it so. But she saved it all for me." When darkness gathered, they again hit the trail. A last look from the ridge disclosed no sign of pursuit, and that night they made 25 miles. For 3 more nights they traveled, and then upon the shore of Great Bear Lake they gave up the night travel and continued their journey by daylight. Upon the evening of the 18th day they pulled into Fort Norman, where they outfitted for the long trail to the Yukon. Before she left, Snowdrift paid the debt of 1,000 skins that McTavish had extended to the Indians, and the following morning the outfit pulled out and headed for the mountains which were just visible far to the westward. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 22 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 22. Claw Hits for Dawson. When Claw returned to the flame-lighted clearing, a scant half-hour after he had fled from the avenging figure of Brent, it was to find his keg of rum more than half consumed, and most of the Indians howling drunk. Close about him they crowded, pressing skins upon him and demanding more liquor. The man was quick to see that despite the appearance of Brent and the girl, he held the upper hand. The Indians would remain his as long as the rum held out. "Ask him where the white man went, him and the girl," he ordered Yondo. The Indian pointed to the cabin of Wananebish, and a devilish gleam leaped into Claw's eyes. "Tell him I'll give him a hull keg of rum, or $100, cash money to the man that kills him," he shouted, "and another keg to the one that brings me the girl." The drunken savages heard the offer with a whoop, and yelling like fiends, they rushed to the cabin. The barred door held against their attack, and with sinister singleness of purpose they rushed back to the fires, and securing blazing faggots began to pile brush against the wall of the building. With an evil grin in his face, Claw took up his position behind a stump that gave unobstructed view of the door through which the two must rush from the burning cabin, and waited, revolver in hand. Louder roared the fire, and higher shot the flames, but the door remained closed. Claw waited, knowing that it would take some time for the logs to burn through. But when at length the whole cabin was a mass of flames, and the roof caved in, his rage burst forth in a tirade of abuse. "They lied," he shrilled. "They wasn't in there. Ace In The Hole wouldn't never stayed in there and burnt up. The Injuns lied, and he's layin' to get me. Maybe he's got a bead on me right now." And in a sudden excess of terror, the man started to burrow into the snow. Yondo stopped, and in the bright light of the flames examined the trail to the river. Then he pointed down the stream in the direction of Brent's cabin, and Claw, too, examined the trail. "They've pulled out," he cried. "Pulled out for his shack. Tell him to come on. We'll burn him out up there. I ain't a-goin' to let her get away from me now, and to hell with Cap Jenkins. I'll take her to Dawson and make real money offen her. And I'll get Ace In The Hole, too. I found that girl first. She's mine, and by God, I'll have her." He started for the river. At the top of the bank he paused. "What's ailin' 'em?" he roared. "Why don't they come? Standin' there gogglin' like fools." "They say," explained Yondo, in jargon, "that they want to see the rum first." "Tell 'em I left it up to his shack," roared the man. "Tell 'em anything, just so they come. Get my dogs, and come on. We'll lead out, and they'll foller if they think there's hooch in it." Yondo headed the dogs down the trail, and Claw threw himself upon the sled and watched the drunken Indians string out behind, yelling, whooping, staggering and falling in their eagerness for more hooch. When they came in sight of the cabin, Claw saw that it was dark. "You slip up and see what you can find out," he ordered Yondo, "and I'll stay here with the dogs and handle the Indians when they come along." 5 minutes later the Indian returned and reported that there was no one in the cabin, and that the door was open. With a curse, Claw headed the dogs up the bank and pushed through the open door. Match in hand, he stumbled and fell sprawling over the body of the captain of the Belva Lou, uttering a shriek of terror as his bare hand came in contact with the hairy face. Scrambling to his feet, he fumbled for another match, and with trembling fingers managed to light the little bracket lamp. "Choked him to death bare-handed," he cried in horror. "And he'd have done me that way, too. But where be they? Look, they been here." The man pointed to the disordered supplies that had been thrown about in the haste of departure. "They've pulled out," he cried. "Get out there and find their trail." Yondo returned and pointed to the westward, holding up 3 fingers and making the sign of a heavily loaded sled. "That'll be him and her and the Injun," said Claw, "and they're hittin' for Fort Norman." Reaching down, he picked up a sack of flour, and carrying it out to the sled, ordered Yondo to help with the other supplies. Suddenly he sprang erect and gazed toward the west. "I wonder if he would," he cried aloud. "I'll bet he'll take her clean to Dawson." He laughed harshly. "And if he does, she's mine, mine, and no trouble nor risk taking her there. Onct back among the saloons, Ace In The Hole will start in on the hooch, and then I'll get her." From far up the river came the whoop-whoroo of the drunken Indians. "Quick!" cried Claw. "Get that pack throwed together. When they get here and find out they ain't no more hooch, they'll butcher me and you." And almost before the Indian had secured the lashings, Claw started the dogs, and leaving the Indian to handle the gee-pole, struck out on the trail of Brent. It was no part of Claw's plan to overtake the trio. Indeed, it was the last thing in the world he wanted to do. At midnight they camped with a good 10 miles between themselves and the drunken Dog Ribs. In the morning they pushed on, keeping a sharp lookout ahead. Soon Brent's trail began to drift full of snow, and by noon it was obliterated altogether. Thereupon Claw ordered the Indian to shape his own course for Fort Norman, and because of Yondo's thorough knowledge of the country, arrived in sight of the post on the evening of the 16th day. When he learned from an Indian woodchopper that no other outfit had arrived, Claw pulled a mile up the river and waited. 2 days later, from the summit of a nearby hill, he saw the outfit pull in, and with glittering eyes he watched it depart, knowing that Brent would hit for the Yukon by way of the Bonnet Plume Pass. Claw paid off Yondo and struck straight westward alone, crossing the divide by means of a steep and narrow pass known only to a few. Thus shortening the trail by some 4 or 5 days, he showed up in Cuter Malone's Klondike Palace at the height of an evening's hilarity. Cuter greeted him from behind the bar. "Hello, Claw. Thought you was over with the whalers." "Was," answered Claw. "Just got back." He drained the glass Malone had set before him, and with a sidewise quirk of the head, sauntered into a little back room. A few minutes later Cuter followed, carefully closing and locking the door after him. "What's on your mind?" he asked, as he seated himself beside the little table. "There is a plenty on it, but mostly it's a girl." "What's the matter? One get away from you?" "She ain't yet, but she's damn near it. She'll be here in a few days, and she's the prettiest piece that ever hit the Yukon." "Must be right pert then, 'cause that's coverin' quite a bit of territory." "Yes, and you could cover twice as much and still not find nothin' that would touch her for looks." "Where is she?" "She's comin'. Ace In The Hole's bringin' her in." "Ace In The Hole? You're crazy as hell. First place, Ace In The Hole ain't here no more. Folks say old R.E. Morse got him, and he drownded hisself in the river. Camillo Bill and that bunch he used to trot with has combed Dawson with a fine-tooth comb fer him, and they ain't find him nowheres." "Drownded, hell!" exclaimed Claw. "Ain't I been to his shack on the Coppermine? Didn't he come up to the Belva Lou and get drunk, and then get lost, and then find his way back to his shack and choke the life out of Cap Jenkins? Yes, sir, bare-handed. I looked at Cap's throat where he lay dead on the floor, and it was damn near squoze in two. And he'd have squozed mine if he could caught me." "What about the gal? What's he got to do with her? He wouldn't stand for no such doin's, and you'd oughter know it. Didn't he knock you down for whalin' one with a dog whip?" "Yes, and I'll even up the score," growled Claw savagely. "And me and you'll shove a heft of dust in the safe for profits. It's like this. She's his girl, and he's bringin' her here." "His girl? Say, Claw, what you handin' me? Time was when Ace In The Hole could have had his pick of any of 'em. But that time's gone. They wouldn't know Klooch look at him twice now. He's that far gone with the hooch. He's a bum." "You know a hell of a lot about it. Didn't you just get through tellin' me he was drownded? And now he's a bum? Both of which they ain't neither one right, by a damn sight. He's been out there where they ain't no hooch, and he's as good a man as he ever was, as long as he can't get the hooch. But here in Dawson he can get it, see? And me and you has got to see that he does get it. And we'll get the girl. I've figured it all out comin' over. Was goin' to fetch her myself, but it would have been a hell of a job, and then there's the Mounted. But this way we can get her delivered, C.O.D., right to our door, you might say. Startin' about day after tomorrow, we'll put lookouts on the Klondike River and the Indian River. They're comin' in over the Bonnet Plume. When they get here, the lookout will tell us where they go. Then we rig up some kind of excuse to get him away, and when we've got him paralyzed drunk, we'll send a message to the girl that he needs her, and we'll bring her here, and, well, the middle room above the little dance hall upstairs will hold her. It's held 'em before." Malone grinned. "Guess I didn't know what I was up to when I built that room, eh? They can yell their head off, and you can't hear 'em outside the door. All right, Claw. You tend to the gettin' her here, and I'll pass the word around amongst the live ones that's got the dust. We ain't had no new ones in this winter, and the boys'll appreciate it." It was evening. Brent and Snowdrift had climbed from the little trail camp at the edge of the timber line to the very summit of the great Bonnet Plume Pass to watch the sun sink to rest behind the high-flung peaks of the almighty Alaskan ranges. "Oh, isn't it grand and wonderful!" cried the girl, as her eyes swept the vast panorama of glistening white mountains. "How small and insignificant I feel, and how stern and rugged and hard it all looks." "Yes, darling," whispered Brent, as his arm stole about her waist. "It is stern and rugged and hard. But it is clean and honest and grand. It is the world as God made it." "I have never been in the mountains before," said the girl. "I have seen them from the MacKenzie, but they were so far away they never seemed real. We have always hunted upon the barrens. Tell me, is it all like this? And where is the Yukon?" Brent smiled at her awe of the vastness. "Pretty much all like this," he answered. "Alaska is a land of mountains. Of course there are wide valleys, and mighty rivers, and along the rivers are the towns and the mining camps." "I have never seen a town," breathed the girl. "What will we do when we get there?" "We will go straight to the Reeveses," he answered with a glad smile. "Reeves is the man who staked me for the trip into the barrens, and his wife is an old, old friend of mine. We were born and grew up in the same town, and we will go straight to them." "I wonder whether she will like me. I have known no white women except Sister Mercedes." "Darling, she will love you," cried Brent. "Everyone will love you, and we will be married in their house." "But what will he think when you tell him you have not made a strike?" Brent laughed. "He will be the first to see that I have made a strike, dear. The richest strike in all the North." "And you didn't tell me!" cried the girl. "Tell me about it now. Was it on the Coppermine?" "Yes, it was on the Coppermine. I made the great strike, one evening in the moonlight, when the dearest girl in the world told me she loved me." Snowdrift raised her wondrous dark eyes to his. "Isn't it wonderful to love as we love?" she whispered. "To be all the world to each other? I do not care if we never make a strike. All I want is to be with you always. And if we do not make a strike, we will live in our tepee and snare rabbits, and hunt, and be happy always." Brent covered the upturned face with kisses. "I guess we can manage something better than a tepee," he smiled. "I've got more than half of Reeves' dust left, and I've been thinking the matter over. The fact is, I don't think much of that Coppermine country for gold. I reckon we'll get a house and settle down in Dawson for a while, and I'll take the job Reeves offered me, and work till I get him paid off, and Camillo Bill, and enough ahead for a grub stake, and then we'll see what's to be done. We'll have lots of good times, too. There's the Reeveses and Brent paused, and the girl smiled. What's the matter? Can't you think of any more? Well, to tell the truth, I don't know any others that is, married folks, our kind, you know. The men I knew best are all single men. But lots of people have come in with the dredge companies. The Reeveses will know them." "There is that girl you called Kitty," suggested Snowdrift. "Yes," answered Brent, a little awkwardly. "That's so, but she's a little different." "But I will like her, I am sure, because she nursed you when you were sick. I know what you mean," she exclaimed abruptly, and Brent saw that the dark eyes flashed. "You mean that people point at her the finger of scorn, as they would have pointed at me, had I been as I thought I was. But it is all wrong, and I will not do that. And I will hate those who do. And I will tell them so." She stamped her moccasined foot in anger, and the man laughed. "My goodness!" he exclaimed, feigning alarm. "I can see from here where I better get home to meals on time, and not forget to put the cat out." "Now you are making fun of me," she pouted. "But it is wrong, and you know it is, and maybe the very ones who do the pointing are worse in their hearts than she is." "You said it," cried Brent. "The ones that look down upon the frailties of others are the very ones who need watching themselves. And that is a good thing to remember in picking out friends. And, darling, you can go as far as you like with Kitty. I'm for you. She's got a big heart, and there's a lot more to her than there is to most of 'em. But come, it's dark, and we must be getting back to camp. See the little fire down on the edge of the timber line. It looks 1,000 miles away." And as they picked their way, side by side, down the long slope, Brent was conscious that with the growing tenderness that each day's association with his wonder woman engendered, there was also a growing respect for her outlook upon life. Her years in the open had developed a sense of perception that was keen to separate the dross from the pure gold of human intent. "She's a great girl," he breathed, as he glanced at her profile, half hidden in the starlight. "She deserves the best that's in a man, and she'll get it." End of chapter 22. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 23 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. Hendricks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. Hendricks. Chapter 23 In the Toils. Late one afternoon, a dog sled, with Joe Pete in the lead, and Brent and Snowdrift following, swung rapidly down the Klondike River. A few miles from Dawson, the outfit overtook a man walking leisurely toward town, a rifle swung over his shoulder. Recognizing him as one Zinn, a former hanger-on at Cutter Malone's, Brent called a greeting. "Damned if it ain't Ace in the Hole!" cried the man, in well-simulated surprise. "They'll be rolling 'em high in Dawson tonight." Brent laughed and hurried on. And behind him upon the trail, Zinn quickened his pace. At the outskirts of town, the three removed their snowshoes and, ordering Joe Pete to take the outfit to his own shack, Brent and Snowdrift hurried toward the Reeveses. As they passed up the street, Brent noticed that the dark eyes of the girl were busily drinking in the details of the rows upon rows of low-frame houses. "At last you are in Dawson," he said, including with a sweep of the arm the mushroom city that had sprung up in the shadow of Moosehide Mountain. "Does it look like you expected it would? Are you going to like it?" The girl smiled at the eagerness in his voice. "Yes, dear, I shall love it, because it will be our home. It isn't quite as I expected it to look. The houses, all placed side by side, with the streets running between, are as I thought they would be, but the houses themselves are different. They are not of logs, or of the thin iron, like the warehouse of the new trading company on the MacKenzie, and they are not made of bricks and stones and very tall like the pictures of cities in the books." Brent laughed. "No, Dawson is just halfway between. Since the sawmills came, the town has rapidly outgrown the log cabin stage, although there are still plenty of them here, but it has not yet risen to the dignity of brick and stone." "But the houses of brick and stone will come," cried the girl, enthusiastically, "and take the place of the houses of wood, and we shall be here to see the building of another great city." Brent shook his head. "I don't know," he replied doubtfully. "It all depends on the gravel. I wouldn't care to do much speculating in Dawson real estate right now. The time for that has passed. The next 2 or 3 years will tell the story. If I were to do any predicting, I'd say that instead of the birth of a great city, we are going to witness the lingering death of an overgrown town." He paused and pointed to a small cabin of logs that stood deserted, half buried in snow. "Do you see that shack over there? That's mine. It don't look like much now, but I gave 5,000 in dust for it when I made my first strike." The girl's eyes sparkled as she viewed the dejected-looking building. "And that will be our home!" she cried. "Not by a long shot it won't," laughed Brent. "We'll do better than that. I never want to see the inside of the place again. Yes, I do, just once. I want to go there and get a book, the book that lured me to the Coppermine, the book in which is written the name of Murdo MacFarlane. We will always keep that book, darling, and some day we will get it bound in leather and gold." Before a little white-painted house that stood back from the street, the man paused. "The Reeveses live here," he announced, and as he turned into the neatly shoveled path that led to the door, he reached down and pressed the girl's hand reassuringly. "Mrs. Reeves is an old, old friend," he whispered. "She will be a sister to you." As Brent led the way along the narrow path, his eyes rested upon the slope of snow-buried earth that pitched sharply against the base of the walls of the house. "Hardest work I ever did," he grinned. "Hope the floor kept warm." As he waited the answer to his knock upon the door, he noticed casually that Zinn sauntered past and turned abruptly into the street that led straight to Cuter Malone's. The next instant the door was opened and Reba Reeves stood framed in the doorway. Brent saw that in the gloom of early evening she did not recognize him. "Is Mr. Reeves home?" he asked. "Yes, won't you step in?" answered the woman, standing aside. "Thank you, I think we will." Something in the man's tone caused the woman to step quickly forward and peer sharply into his face. "Carter Brent!" she cried, and the next instant the man's hands were in both of hers, and she was pulling him into the room. Like a flash Brent remembered that other time she had called his name in a tone of intense surprise, and that there had been tears in her eyes then, even as there were tears in her eyes now, but this time they were tears of gladness. And then from another room came Reeves, and a pair of firm hands were laid upon his shoulders, and he was spun around to meet the gaze of the searching gray eyes that stared into his own. Brent laughed happily as he noted the start of surprise that accompanied Reeves's words. "Good Lord! What a change!" A hand slipped from his shoulder and grasped his own. A moment later Brent freed the hand, and as Mrs. Reeves lighted the lamp, turned and drew Snowdrift toward him. "And now I want you to meet Miss Margot McFarlane. Within a very few hours she is going to become Mrs. Carter Brent. You see," he added, turning to Reba Reeves, "I brought her straight to you. The hotel isn't—" The sentence was never finished. Already the two women were in each other's arms, and Reba Reeves was smiling at him over the girl's shoulder. "Carter Brent, if you had dared to even think of taking her to the hotel, I'd never have spoken to you again. You just let me catch you talking about hotels, when your folks are living right here. And now take off your things, because supper is most ready. You'll find warm water in the reservoir of the stove, and I'll make an extra lot of good hot coffee, because I know you will be tired of tea." Never in his life had Brent enjoyed a meal as he enjoyed that supper in the dining room of the Reeveses, with Snowdrift, radiant with happiness, beside him, and his host and hostess eagerly plying him with questions. "I think it is the most romantic thing I ever heard of," cried Reba Reeves, when Snowdrift had finished telling of her life among the Indians and at the mission. "It's easy enough to see why Carter chose you, but for the life of me I can't see how you came to take an old scapegrace like him," she teased, and the girl smiled. "I took him because I love him," she answered. "Because he is good, and strong, and brave, and because he can be gentle and tender and he understands. And he is not a scapegrace any more," she added, gravely. "He has told me all about how he drank hooch until he became a bun—" "A what?" "A bun— is it not that when a man drinks too much hooch?" "A bum," supplied Brent, laughing. "So many new words," smiled the girl. "But I will learn them all. Anyway, we will fight the hooch together, and we will win." "You bet we'll win," cried Reeves, heartily. "And if I'm any judge, I'd say you've won already. How about it, Brent?" Deliberately, thoughtfully, Brent nodded. "She has won," he said. "On the word of a Brent?" Reba Reeves's eyes were looking straight into his own as she asked the question. "Yes," he answered, "on the word of a Brent." A moment's silence followed the words, after which he turned to Reeves. "And now let's talk business. I have used about half the dust you loaned me. There is nothing worth while on the Coppermine now." He smiled as his eyes rested upon the girl. "So I have come back to take that job you offered me. 1,100 miles we came, under the chaperonage of Joe Pete." "And a very capable chaperonage it was," laughed Reeves. "Funniest thing I ever saw in my life, there in your cabin the morning you started. It was then I learned to know Joe Pete. But go on." "That's about all there is to it, except that I'd like to keep the rest of the dust, and pay you back in installments, that is, if the job is still open. I've got to borrow enough for a start, somewhere, and I reckon you're about the only friend I've got left." "How about that fellow Camillo Bill? I thought he was a friend of yours." "I thought so too, but when I was down and out and wanted a grub stake, he turned me down. He's all right, though, square as a die." "About that job," continued Reeves gravely. "I'm a little afraid you wouldn't just fill the bill." For a moment Brent felt as though he had been slapped in the face. He had counted on the job, needed it. The next instant he was smiling. "Maybe you're right," he said. "I reckon I am a little rusty on hydraulics, and—" "I'd take a chance on the hydraulics," laughed Reeves. "But, before we go any further, what would you take for your title to those 2 claims that Camillo Bill has been operating?" "Depends on who wanted to buy 'em," grinned Brent. "What would you sell them to me for?" "What will you give?" "How would 10,000 for the 2 of them strike you?" Brent laughed. "Don't you go speculating on any claims," he advised. "I'd be tickled to death to get $10,000, or 10,000 cents out of those claims, but not from you. It would be highway robbery." "And if I didn't buy them from you at 10,000 or 100,000, you would be only a piker of a robber, as compared to me." "What do you mean?" "I mean that if anybody offers you $1,000,000 for 'em, you laugh at 'em," exclaimed Reeves, "because they're worth a whole lot more than that." Brent stared at the man as though he had taken leave of his senses. "Who has been stringing you?" he asked. "The fact is, those claims are a liability and not an asset. Camillo Bill took them over to try to get the $1,000,000 I owed him out of him. And he couldn't do it. And when Camillo Bill can't get the dust out, it isn't there." "How do you know he couldn't do it?" "Because he told me so." "He lied." Brent flushed. "I reckon you don't know Camillo Bill," he said gravely. "As I told you, he wouldn't grubstake me when I needed a grubstake, and I don't understand that. But I'd stake my life on it that he never lied about those claims, never tried to beat me out of 'em when I was down and out. Why, man, he won them in a game of stud, and he wouldn't stake them." "But he lied to you, just the same," insisted Reeves, and Brent saw that the man's eyes were twinkling. "And it was because he is one of the best friends a man ever had that he did lie to you, and that he wouldn't grubstake you. You said a while ago that I was about the only friend you had left. Let me tell you a little story, and then judge for yourself. About a week after you had gone, inquiries began to float around town as to your whereabouts. I didn't pay any attention to them at first, but the inquiries persisted. They searched Dawson, and all the country around, for you. When I learned that the inquiries emanated from such men as Camillo Bill, and Old Bettles, and Moosehide Charlie, and a few more of the heaviest men in the camp, I took notice, and quietly sent for Camillo Bill and had a talk with him. It seems that after he had taken his $1,000,000 out of the claims, he went to you for the purpose of turning them back. He had not seen you for some time, and he was—well, it didn't take him but a minute to see what would happen if he turned back the claims and dumped a couple of $1,000,000 worth of property into your hands at that time. So he told you they had petered out. Then he hunted up a bunch of the real estate sourdoughs who are your friends, and they planned to kidnap you and take you away for a year, keep you under guard in a cabin, 100 miles from nowhere, and keep you off the liquor and make you work like a nigger till you found yourself again. They laid their plot, and when they came to spring it, you had disappeared." Brent listened, with tight-pressed lips, and as Reeves finished, he asked, "And you say he got out his $1,000,000, and there is still something left in the gravel?" Reeves laughed. "I would call it something. Camillo Bill says he only worked one of the claims, and only about half of that. Yes, I would say there was something left." "I reckon a man don't always know his friends," murmured Brent after a long silence. "I wonder where I can find Camillo Bill." "He's in town, somewhere. I saw him this afternoon." Brent turned to Snowdrift, who had listened, wide-eyed, to the narrative. "You wait here, dear," he said, "and I'll hunt up a parson, and a ring, and Camillo Bill. I need a best man." "Oh, why don't you wait a week or so, and give us time to get ready, so we can have a real wedding?" cried Mrs. Reeves. Brent shook his head. "I reckon this one'll be real enough," he grinned. "And besides, we've waited quite a while already." As he turned into the street from the path leading from the door, he almost bumped into a man in the darkness. "Hello, is that you, Ace in the Hole? You're the man I'm hunting for. Friend of yourn's hurt and wants to see you." "Who is it, Zinn? And how did he know I was in town?" "It's Camillo Bill. I was tellin' I seed you comin' in, an hour or so back, in Toils. Then Camillo, he goes down to the sawmill to see about some lumber, an' a log flies off the carriage and hits him. He's busted up pretty bad. Guess he's goin' to cash in. They carried him to a shack over back of the mill, and he's hollerin' for you." "Come on then, quick!" cried Brent. "What the hell are you standing there for? Have they got a doctor?" "Yup," answered Zinn, as he hurried toward the outskirts of the town. "He'll be there by now." Along the dark streets and through a darker lumber yard hurried Zinn, with Brent close at his heels urging him to greater speed. At length they passed around behind the sawmill, and Brent saw that a light showed dimly in the window of a disreputable log shack that stood upon the edge of a deep ravine. The next moment he had pushed through the door and found himself in the presence of 4 as evil-looking specimens as ever broke the commandments. One of them he recognized as Stumpy Cooley, a man who 2 years before had escaped the noose only by prompt action of the mounted, after he had been duly convicted by a meeting of outraged miners of robbing a cache. "Where's Camillo Bill?" demanded Brent, his eyes sweeping the room. "Took him to the hospital just now," informed Stumpy. "Hospital?" cried Brent. "Yes, built one since you was here. But you don't need to be in no hurry, 'cause he's out of his head now." The man produced a bottle, and pulling the cork, offered it to Brent. "Might's well have a little drink, and we'll be goin'." "To hell with your drinks!" cried Brent. "Where is this hospital?" Suddenly he sensed that something was wrong, and whirling saw that 2 of the men had slipped between himself and the door. He turned to Stumpy to see an evil grin upon the man's face. "When I ask anyone to drink with me, he most generally does it," he sneered, "or I know the reason why." "There's the reason!" roared Brent, and quick as a flash his right fist smashed into the man's face, the blow knocking him clean across the room. The next instant a man sprang into Brent's back and another dived for his legs, while a third struck at him with a short piece of scantling. Brent fought like a tiger, weaving this way and that, and stumbling about the room in a vain effort to rid himself of the 2 men who clung to him like leeches. Stumpy staggered toward him, and Brent, making a frenzied effort to release one of his pinioned arms, saw him raise the heavy quart whiskey bottle. The next instant it descended with a full arm swing. Brent saw a blinding flash of light, a stab of pain seemed to pierce his very brain, his knees buckled suddenly, and he was falling, down, down, down into a bottomless pit of intense blackness. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 24 of Snowdrift, A Story of the Land of the Strong Cold, by James B. HENDRYX. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Snowdrift, by James B. HENDRYX. Chapter 24. The Fight at Cutter Malone's. The porter at Cutter Malone's Klondike Palace was lighting the huge oil lamps as the girl called Kitty sauntered to the bar with her dancing partner, who loudly demanded wine. Cutter Malone himself, standing behind the bar in earnest conversation with Johnny Claw, set out the drinks, and as the girl raised her glass, a man brushed past her. She recognized Zinn, one of Malone's despicable lieutenants, and was quick to note that something unusual was in the air. A swift, meaning glance passed between Claw and Malone, and as Zinn stepped around the bar to deposit his rifle, he whispered earnestly to the two who stepped close to listen. Unperceived, Kitty managed to edge near, and the next instant she was all attention. For as the detached words that came to her ears, she made out "Ace in the hole" and "the girl," and then Malone, whose voice carried above the others, issued an order: "The shack behind the sawmill. Get him soused, knock him out if you have to, but don't kill him. Once we get the girl here, me and Claw—" The rest of the sentence was lost as it blended with an added order of Claw's. "Ace in the hole," thought Kitty. What did it mean? And who is "the girl"? Ace in the hole is dead, and yet— She glanced toward Claw, whose beady eyes were glittering with excitement. "He just came back from somewhere. Maybe he knows something." She saw Zinn cross the room and speak in a whisper to four men who were playing solo at a table near the huge stove. She knew those men, Stumpy Cooley and his three companions. The men nodded and went on with their game, and Zinn returned and resumed his conversation with Malone and Claw. But the girl could hear nothing more. The Professor was loudly banging out the notes of the next dance upon the piano, and her partner was pulling at her arm. For 2 hours Kitty danced, and between dances she drank wine at the bar, and always her eyes were upon the four men at the solo table, and upon Zinn, who loafed close by, and upon Malone and Claw, who she noted were drinking more than usual as they hobnobbed behind the bar. The evening crowd foregathered. The music became faster, the talk louder, the laughter wilder. At the conclusion of a dance, Kitty saw Malone speak to Zinn, who immediately slipped out the door. The four men at the table threw down their cards and sauntered casually from the room, and declined the next dance. The girl dashed up the stairway to her room, where she kicked off her high-heeled slippers, pulled a pair of heavy woolen stockings over her silk ones, and hurriedly laced her moccasins. She jammed a cap over her ears, and slipping into a heavy fur coat, stepped out into the hall and came face to face with Johnny Claw. "Where do you think you're going?" asked the man with a sneer. "It's none of your business," snapped the girl. "I don't have to ask you when I want to go anywhere, and I don't have to tell you where I'm going, either. You haven't got any strings on me." "Well, forget it, 'cause you ain't going nowheres, not right now." "Get out of my way, damn you," cried the girl. "If I had a gun here, I'd blow your rotten heart out." "But you ain't got none, and I have. So it's the other way around. Only I ain't gonna kill you if you do like I say. Listen here, I seen you easin' over an' tryin' to hear what me an' Malone an' Zinn was talkin' about. I don't know how much you heard, but you heard enough, so you kep' pretty close cases on all of us. Go on back in your room 'fore I put you there. What the hell do you care, anyhow? All we want is the girl. Once we get her up in the strong room, you can have Ace In The Hole. And as long as she's around, you ain't nowhere with him. Why don't you use your head?" "You fool!" screamed the girl in a sudden fury, and as she tried to spring past him, Claw's fist caught her squarely in the chin, and without a sound she crashed backward across the door sill. Swiftly the man reached down and dragged her into the room, removed the key from the lock on the inside, closed and locked the door, and thrusting the key into his pocket, turned and walked downstairs. How long she lay there, Kitty did not know. Consciousness returned slowly. She was aware of a dull ache in her head, and after what seemed like a long time, she struggled to her knees, and drew herself onto the bed, where she lay trying to think what had happened. Faintly, from below, drifted the sound of the piano. So they were still dancing down there? Then suddenly the whole train of events flashed through her brain. She leaped to her feet and staggered groggily to the door. It was locked. In vain she screamed and beat upon the panels. She rushed to the window, but its double sash of heavily frosted panes, nailed tight for the winter, was immovable. In a sudden frenzy of rage, she seized a chair and smashed the glass. The inrush of cold air felt good to her throbbing temples, and wrenching a leg from the chair, she beat away the jagged fragments until only the frame remained. Leaning far out, she looked down. Her room was at the side of the building, near the rear, and she saw that a huge snowdrift had formed where the wind eddied around the corner. Only a moment she hesitated. Then, standing upright on the sill, she leaped far out and landed squarely in the center of the huge drift. Struggling to her feet, she wallowed to the street, and ran swiftly through the darkness in the direction of the sawmill. And at that very moment, Zinn was knocking upon the door of the Reeves home. When the door had closed behind Brent, Mrs. Reeves had insisted upon Snowdrift's taking a much-needed rest upon the lounge in the living room, and dispatching Reeves upon an errand to a neighbor's, busied herself in the kitchen. The girl lay back among the pillows, wondering when her lover would return, when the sound of the knock sent her flying to the door. She drew back startled when, instead of Brent, she was confronted by the man they had passed on the river. "Is there a lady here name of Snowdrift?" asked the man. A sudden premonition of evil shot through the girl's heart. She paled to the lips. Where was Brent? Had something happened? "Yes, yes," she answered quickly. "I am Snowdrift. What has happened? Why do you want me?" "It's him, your man, Ace In The Hole," he answered. "Oh, what is it?" cried the girl, in a frenzy of impatience. "Has he been hurt?" "Well, not just hurt, you might say. He's loadin' up on hooch. Some of us friends of his'n tried to make him go easy, but it ain't no use. I seen you an' him comin' in on the river, an' I figured maybe you could handle him. We're afraid someone'll rob him when he gets good and drunk." And not more than an hour ago he had given his promise, on the word of a Brent, a promise that Mrs. Reeves had just finished telling her would never be broken. A low sob that ended in a moan trembled upon the girl's lips. "Wait," she commanded, and slipping into the room, caught up her cap and parka, and stepping out into the darkness, closed the door noiselessly behind her. "Take me to him, quickly," she said. "Surely he will listen to me." "That's what I figured," answered the man, and turning, led the way down the dark street. Presently the subdued light that filtered through the frosted windows of the Klondike Palace came into view, and as they reached the place, Zinn led the way to the rear and pushed open a door. Snowdrift found herself in a dimly lighted hallway. Cuter Malone stepped forward with a smile. "Just a minute, lady. Better put this here veil over your face. He's upstairs, and we got to go in through the bar. They's a lot of folks in there, and they ain't no use to you bein' gopped at. With this on, they won't notice but what it's one of the women that lives here." Snowdrift fastened the heavy veil over her face, and, taking her arm, Malone piloted her through the bar-room and up the stairs. Through the mesh of the veil, Snowdrift caught a confused vision of many men standing before a long bar, of other men, and women in gay colors dancing upon a smooth stretch of floor, and her ears rang with the loud crashing of the piano. Bewildered, confused, she tightened her grasp upon Malone's arm. At the head of the stairs, the man paused and opened a door. "You can take off the veil now," he said as he locked the door behind them. "They ain't no one up here." A sudden terror possessed the girl, and she glanced swiftly into the man's face. "But where is he?" "Oh, he's on up," he assured her. "This way." He led the way across the room known as the small dance hall, and through a passage from which doors opened on either side, to a flight of stairs in the rear. At the head of the stairs, the girl could see a light burning. He motioned her to proceed, and as she gained the top, a man stepped out from the shadow and seized her arms. One look into his face and the girl gave a wild shriek of terror. The man was Johnny Claw. The next moment she found herself thrust into a room lighted only by a single candle. It was a bare, forbidding-looking room, windowless and with a door of thick planking secured by a hasp and padlock upon the outside. Its single article of furniture was a bed. "So," leered Claw, "you thought you could get away from me, did you? Thought you was playin' hell when you and Ace in the Hole hit for Dawson, did you? Well, you played hell all right, but not like you figured. You're mine now." Trembling so that her limbs refused to support her, Snowdrift sank down upon the bed. "Oh, where is he?" she moaned. Claw laughed. "Oh, he's all right," he mocked. "He's soused to the guards by this time, and after I and some friends of mine get him to sign a deed to a couple of claims he owns, we'll feed him to the fish." The girl tried to rise, but her muscles refused to obey the dictates of her brain, and she sank back upon the bed. "You'll be all right here when you get used to it. The girls all have a lot of fun. I'm going below now. You stay here and think it over. 'Tain't no use to holler. This room's built a purpose to tame the likes of you in. Some of 'em that's been in here has walked out, and some of 'em has been carried out, but none of 'em has ever got out. And just so you don't take no fool notion to burn the house down, I'll take this candle along. I got a horror of burnin'." Again he laughed harshly, and the next moment Snowdrift found herself in darkness, and heard the padlock rattle in the hasp. Kitty drew swiftly into the intense blackness between two lumber piles. She heard the sound of voices coming toward her, and a moment later she could distinguish the words. "Damn him! He like to busted my jaw. God, what a wallop he's got! But I fixed him when I smashed that quart over his head." "Maybe he'll bleed to death," ventured another. "Nah, he ain't cut bad. I seen the gash over his eye. He's bloody as hell, but he looks worse'n he is. Say, you sure you tied him tight? He's been out damn near an hour, and he'll be comin' to 'fore long, and believe me—" The men passed out of hearing, and Kitty slipped from cover and sped toward the shack, the outline of which she could see beyond the corner of the sawmill. She made sure that all 4 of the men were together, so she pushed in without hesitation. "Hello," she called softly. "Ace in the hole, you hear?" No answer, and she moved further into the room and stumbled over the prostrate form of a man. Swiftly she dropped to her knees and assured herself that his hands and feet were tied. Deftly her fingers explored his pockets until they found his knife, and a moment later the thongs that bound him were severed. Her hand rested for a second upon his forehead, and with a low cry she withdrew it, wet and sticky with blood. Leaping to her feet, she procured a handful of snow which she dashed into his face. Again and again she repeated the performance, and then he moved. He muttered feebly and received more snow. Then she bent close to his ear. "Listen, Ace in the Hole, it's me, Kitty." "Kitty," murmured the man uncertainly. "Snowdrift." "Yes, I lit in a snowdrift all right when I jumped out the window. But how did you know? Come, wake up. Is there a light here?" "Where am I?" "In the shack back of the sawmill." "Where's Camillo Bill?" "Camillo Bill? He's up at Stoell's, I guess. But listen, give me a match." Clumsily Brent fumbled in his pocket and produced a match. Kitty seized it and in the flare of its flame saw a candle upon the table. She held the flame to the wick, and in the flickering light Brent sat up and glanced about him. The air was heavy with the reek of the whiskey from the broken bottle. His head hurt, and he raised his hand and withdrew it, red with blood. Then he leaped unsteadily to his feet. "Damn 'em!" he roared. "It was a plant! What's their game?" "I know what it is!" cried Kitty. "Quick, tell me, have you got a girl, here in Dawson?" "Yes, at Reeves. Her name is Snowdrift, and she—" "Come then, we ain't got any time to lose. It's Carter Malone and that damned Johnny Claw." "Johnny Claw!" cried Brent. "Claw is 1,000 miles from here, on the copper mine. He's right this minute in the Klondike Palace, and your girl will be there too if you don't shake your legs. They framed this play to get her, and I heard him, partly. If I'd known where she was, I'd have gone there first, but I didn't know." Already Brent was staggering from the room, and Kitty ran close beside him. The cold air revived the man, and he ran steadily when he reached the street. "Tell me," panted Kitty at his side. "This girl, is she straight?" "I'm going to marry her tonight," cried the man. "Then hurry, for Christ's sake," sobbed Kitty. "Oh, hurry, hurry." At a certain street corner Kitty halted suddenly, and Brent ran on. He rushed into Reeves's house like a whirlwind. "Where's Snowdrift?" he cried, as the Reeveses stared wide-eyed at the blood-soaked apparition. "What has happened?" "Where is she?" yelled Brent, his eyes glaring like a madman's. We don't know. I was in the kitchen and—" but Brent had dashed from the room, and when Reeves found his hat, the madman had disappeared in the darkness. Quite a group of old-timers had foregathered at Stoell's. Moosehide Charlie drifted in, and seeing Camillo Bill, Swiftwater Bill, and Old Bettles standing at the bar, he joined them. "What do you say we start a regular old he-man's game of stud?" he asked. "We ain't had no real game for quite a while." Camillo Bill shook his head slowly. "No, not for me. I'll play a reasonable game, but, do you know, since Ace In The Hole went plumb to hell the way he done over the game, I kind of took a dislikin' to it." "It was the hooch more'n the stud," argued Bettles. "Maybe it was, but damn it was 'em both. There was one hombre I liked." "Wonder if he'll come back," mused Swiftwater Bill. "Sure as hell," affirmed Camillo. "Will he have sense enough to lay off the hooch?" "I don't know, but I got $20,000 says he will." Camillo Bill looked defiantly around. "Take it," cried Swiftwater Bill, "and I hope to hell I lose." The door burst open and Kitty, gasping for breath, hurtled into the room. "Camillo Bill!" she screamed. "Quick, all of you! Hey, you sourdoughs!" Her voice rose to a shriek, and men crowded from the tables in the rear. "Come on! Ace In The Hole needs us! He's back! And he's brought a girl! They're going to be married! But Claw and Cuter Malone framed it to steal her! He's gone down there now!" she panted. "Come on! They hired a gang to get Ace In The Hole, and they damn near did!" With a yell, Camillo Bill reached clear over the bar and grabbed one of Stoell's guns, and an instant later, followed by a crowd of lesser lights, the big men of Yukon rushed down the street, led by Kitty, and Camillo Bill, and Stoell himself, who, another gun in hand, had vaulted the bar without waiting to put on his coat or his cap. "They'll take her upstairs, way up," gasped Kitty as she ran. "And for God's sake, hurry!" Bareheaded, his face covered with blood, a human cyclone burst through the door of the Klondike Palace. Straight for the bar he rushed, bowling men over like tenpins. Cuter Malone flashed one startling glance and reached for his gun, but before he could grasp it, the shape hurdled the bar and the two went to the floor in a crash of glass. Brent's hand first found the gun, and gripping it by the barrel, he brought it crashing down on Cuter's head. Leaping to his feet, he fired, and the bartender, bung starter in hand, sprawled on top of his employer. Across the room came a rush of men, Stumpy Cooley, Zinn, and others. Again Brent fired, and Zinn crumpled slowly to the floor. Stumpy whirled a chair above his head, and Brent dodged as the missile crashed into the mirror above the back bar. The barroom was a pandemonium of noise. Men crowded in from the dance hall, bent upon overpowering the madman who had interrupted their frolic. Screaming women rushed for the stairs. Brent was lifted from his feet and rushed bodily halfway across the room, the very numbers of his assailants protecting him from 100 blows. Weaving, milling, the crowd surged this way and that, striking at Brent and hitting each other. They surged against the stove, and it crashed upon its side, filling the room with smoke from the toppling pipe, and covering the floor with blazing chunks of wood and live coals. Suddenly, through the doors swept a whirlwind of human shapes. The surging crowd went down before the onrush, and Brent struggled madly to free himself from the thrashing arms and legs. Revolvers barked, chairs crashed against heads and against other chairs. Roulette and faro layouts were splintered, and poker tables were smashed like kindling wood, men seizing upon the legs for weapons. And above all rose the sound of crashing glass and the shrill shrieks of women. The room filled with choking smoke. Flames ate into the floor and shot up the wooden walls. The door at the head of the stairs opened suddenly, and Brent caught sight of the white face of Claw. He was afraid to shoot, for the frenzied girls, instead of seeking safety in the street, had crowded upon the stairs and were pouring through the door which Claw was vainly trying to close. The smoke sucked upward, and the flames crackled more loudly, fanned by the new-formed draft. Struggling through the fighting, surging men, Brent gained the foot of the stairs. He saw Claw raise his gun, and the next instant a figure flashed between. The gun roared, and the figure crumpled to the floor. It was Kitty. With an oath, Brent sprang up the stairway as the flames roared behind him. He turned for an instant, and as his eyes swept the room, he saw Camillo Bill stoop and gather Kitty into his arms and stagger toward the front door. Other men were helping the wounded from the room. Someone yelled at Brent to come down and save himself. He glanced toward the speaker. It was Bettles, and even as he looked, the man was forced to retreat before the flames and was lost to view. At the head of the stairs, Brent slammed the door shut. The little dance hall was full of girls huddled together, shrieking. Other girls were stumbling from their rooms with their belongings in their arms. From the narrow hallway that led to the rear rushed Claw. The man seemed beside himself with terror. His eyes were wide and staring, and he made for a window, cursing shrilly as he forced his way through the close-packed crowd of girls, striking them, knocking them down, and trampling on them. He did not see Brent, and seizing a chair, drove it through the window. The floor was hot, and the air thick with smoke. Claw was about to leap to safety when, like a panther, Brent sprang upon him and bore him to the floor. He reached out swiftly, and his fingers buried themselves in the man's throat as they had buried themselves in the captain's. He glared into the terror-wide eyes of the worst man in the North and laughed aloud. An unnatural, maniacal laugh it was, that chilled the hearts of the cowering girls. "Kill him!" shrilled one hysterically. "Kill him! Kill him!" Others took up the cry. Brent threw Claw onto his belly, placed his knees upon the small of his back, locked the fingers of both hands beneath the man's chin, and pulled slowly and steadily upward. Backward came Claw's head as he tore frantically at Brent's arms with his two hands. Upward and backward came the man's head and shoulders, and Brent shortened his leverage by suddenly slipping his forearms, instead of his fingers, beneath Claw's chin. Strangling sounds came gurgling from his throat. Brent leaned backward, adding the weight of his body to the pull of his arms. Claw's back was bent sharply upward, just in front of the knees that held him to the floor, and summoning all his strength, Brent surged backward, straining every muscle of his body until it seemed he could not pull another pound. Suddenly there was a dull, audible snap, and Claw folded backward. Brent released his grip, and leaping to his feet, rushed back through the hallway and up the stairs. A door of thick planking stopped him, and upon a hasp he saw a heavy padlock. Jerking the gun from his belt, he placed the muzzle against the lock and pulled the trigger. There was a deafening explosion, and the padlock flew open and swung upon its staple. Dashing into the room, Brent snatched Snowdrift into his arms and rushed down the stairs. Pausing at the window Claw had smashed, he stood the girl upon her feet, and knocking the remaining glass from the sash with the butt of the gun, he grabbed one of the screaming girls and pitched her into the big snowdrift that ranged along the whole length of the burning building. It was light as day now, the flames were leaping high above the roof at the front, and already tongues of red were showing around the doorway at the head of the stairs. A great crowd had collected, and at the sight of the girl's form hurtling through the air, they surged to the spot. Spurts of smoke and tiny jet-like flames were finding their way through the cracks of the floor. Brent realized there was no time to lose, and seizing another girl, he pitched her out. Then he took them as they came, big ones and little ones, fully dressed and half-dressed, screaming, fighting, struggling to get away, or to be taken next. He pitched them out until only Snowdrift remained. Lifting her to the window, he told her to jump, and watched to see her light safely in the snow. Smoke was pouring through the fast-widening cracks in the floor. Brent leaped to the window sill. As he stood poised, a section of the floor between himself and Claw dropped through, and a rush of flames shot upward. Suddenly he saw Claw's arms thrash wildly. "My God!" the man shrieked. "My back's broke! I'm burnin' up!" The whole floor let go, and a furnace of overpowering flame rushed upward as he jumped, almost into the waiting arms of Camillo Bill. "It's Ace In The Hole, all right!" yelled the big man, as he grasped Brent's shoulders and rocked him back and forth. "And by God, he's as good a man as he ever was." "Where's Kitty?" asked Brent, when he could get his breath. "I saw her go down. She stopped Claw's bullet that was meant for me, and I saw you carry her out." "Kitty's all right," whispered Camillo Bill in his ear, and Brent glanced quickly into the man's shining eyes. "Just nicked in the shoulder, and say, I've always wanted her, but she wouldn't have me. But now you're out of the way. I told her all over again how I stood, and damned if she didn't take me." The End. End of chapter 24. Recording by Roger Melin. End of Snowdrift, a story of the land of the strong cold, by James B. Hendryx.